I'd like to call the meeting to order. Any items from the public? Mr. Rodriguez, good morning.
Good morning, Corey Rodriguez, 498 Woolen Mill Road. I haven't made it in a while. I just wanted to come by, add a few comments and thank yous. First, I wanted to say thank you to the commissioners back in December for reappointing me to the Board of Zoning Appeals. I wanted to also thank you guys, along with Jennifer, the Development Authority, and all the other county workers that back in the end of last year worked on the application for the TIF districts, and for all their hard work and getting that taken care of and approved to help give you guys a tool that you need.
It's an ongoing process, but yeah, we're making headway.
Yeah, I mean, at least we're moving in the right direction with all of it, I believe. The other thing, it's ongoing now regarding the impact fees with our state senate. Thank you to them. I think it was 2 weeks ago they passed State Bill 530.
4 weeks ago, but yeah, they did pass it
Yep.
unanimously.
And
And it should have the third reading in the House today and get it passed by the House today, so.
okay, I did see it was a third reading. I wasn't sure if they voted on it, but
They vote on it
hopefully,
Today, and once it passes, it'll go to the governor's desk.
okay, so hopefully our delegates will vote in favor and our governor will sign into law, and then you'll have another tool in the toolbox. One other thing, I think it was back in December you guys did that I thought was awesome, when you recognized the Martinsburg High School football team for their accomplishments. And one thing that impressed me was there were several of you guys that stood up and talked to the football players about how what you learned playing sports growing up and all that, how it translates from the sports field to real life, and how what you learn, for me, I mean, that's exactly how I'm successful in life today. If I didn't play sports growing up and learn that drive, the work ethic, the desire to do your best, I could never make it to where I am today. So I thought it was good for you guys to point that out to the kids. I mean, they hear it from coaches, teachers, administrators, but I think it's even more important to hear it from people that have nothing to do with sports that still pull from that to help them out in their everyday life and get them where they are today. So I thought that was great that you guys brought that up for the kids. The only other thing I have, I know you guys have talked ongoing about the 911 fees and trying to figure out, the best way to support that, because the dispatch, with the growth and everything, they're obviously overwhelmed. I don't know if you could do this or not. My thought was, since the county has the county sheriff's department, is it possible to add a fee that just goes with any citation? This is what they do in Pennsylvania and have done forever. That it's like I think Pennsylvania was $2.50 or $3.50 fee was on every ticket, and that fee went directly to the 911 emergency funds. I'm not sure if you can do that through our county sheriff's office or not. I just wanted to throw that out there because I know you guys are looking for ideas.
I'd have to defer that question to our legal counsel, whether or not it would be possible without state legislation or constitutional change.
I don't believe so.
I know that there's already court costs on a citation.
Yeah.
There's other fees that are already attached to it. Whether or not that could be added to it, I have not a clue.
Okay.
Nice thought.
No, I just.
The commission cannot add.
Yeah. Okay.
Unless we get home rule, right?
Well, if we could do it, I'm sure that it would take a process through legislation and
Okay.
I don't know if it'd be a constitution.
Yeah, I didn't know, but that popped in my head. I remember growing up in PA and seeing that when I occasionally got a ticket, and I'm like,
Yeah, I think our forefathers were thinking many years ago that the overreach of the government should be kept
yeah,
to a minimum. So, but yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead,
And
thank you.
that's all I had, and I thank you guys for what you're doing and continuing to do.
Well, thank you. I mean, it's always nice to have compliments given to us, and there are sometimes a rarity with what we do, but thank you for your kind words.
Okay.
And Corey, it's also appreciated when you come in and hold our feet to the fire. You know, it's okay. You know, and I appreciate, you know, your thought process of throwing out another idea about that. And that's what makes it all better.
Oh yeah, I mean, I agree.
Because normally when you come here, you've got a concern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually I'm complaining about something or bringing something up.
But that's helpful.
But either way, I also, when stuff gets done, I want to
That's
thank
healthy.
the people that got it done.
Yeah, and I'll add to what Eddie just said. You know, a lot of times we do get criticized for what we do, and there's far and few between somebody's got a solution to give us to help out with that. But you came in with an idea that, well, maybe we can text our attorney to look into it and see whether or not it benefit us or not benefit us. So with an additional item on the citation. So.
Okay, I appreciate it, and you guys have a great day.
All right, thank you
Thanks
so
for
much.
coming.
Thanks.
Any other items from the public? No? Can I have a motion to approve the agenda if there's no well, there is a modification, but
So moved.
we have to removal of item 4, the February 15th meeting, that Commissioner Boyd and I were not present, and we wouldn't have a vote to be able to accept those minutes until Jim gets back.
So your honorary councilperson, Commissioner, excuse me, I just got a text, will not be here.
And our honorary council person will not be here. Okay, so can I have a motion to approve the agenda with the modifications?
I make a motion to approve the agenda for March 7th, 2024 with the modification.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second?
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. Purchase order log. Any questions on that? Jim's not here to ask us about that. If there are no questions, we'll move on. Internal budget revision, Mr. Wine, we have one.
Thank you, Mr. President. You do have one from your court security division. Mr. Lang is asking to be allowed to move $2,000 from his contractual line item to his travel line item, which both the contractual line item is funded to make that move.
All righty. Change in status, anything else? I'm sorry, Gary. Anything?
No, sir, that's
Okay.
it.
I have a change in status received from the Honorable Katie Delaghetti, prosecuting attorney for Summer Nails. She is receiving a temporary increase for taking on additional duties. Her salary will go from $51,480 to $57,658. That will be effective on March the 8th. Letter of resignation received from Day Report Center for Casey Alexander, effective February the 29th, 2024. Letter of resignation received from Homeland Security for Jedediah Gregory, effective March the 19th, 2024. And a letter of resignation received from Engineering for Stephen Ford, and that was effective March the 6th. Let's see. February the 20th, 2024, Commission Board of Review of Equalization. Commissioner Boyd was not present, so we'll pull those out. Or no, we don't have to pull them out. We can just abstain. And February 22nd, 2024, Commission meeting. Everyone was present. So I need a motion to approve the consent agenda for today.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. Motion carries, and one abstention for the February the 20th meeting.
I vote aye on the other.
Correction of assessment logs. Nothing was provided from the assessor. Board and meeting reports. Mr. Boyd.
Yeah, I don't think I have any.
Mr. Catlett?
Yes, sir. This past Monday, I did go over to the Boys and Girls Club and met with Stacy Roan for an hour or so, and I feel for them that they're trying to make some changes and improvements down there, and they're hoping to build another gym obviously, as you all know, the gym that they have is not adequate. And first started out as several $1 million projects, now up to a projected 14 million. So I feel for. Anyway, we had a nice discussion. On Tuesday, I was on WRNR radio show that morning, and the whole conversation was about the legislative session for this year. And of course, there was excitement about the impact fee legislation. Also, Tuesday evening, I had a sewer board meeting as well as a stormwater board meeting. The attorney is in Charleston, Anthony Richard Lewis, did get back in touch with the Department of Environmental Protection down there, and according to what he was told, the draft for the MS4 permit statewide has been completed, but it has yet to be released. So going to give it another week and see where we go, another couple weeks, but it has been completed, he was told, and it should be released soon for public, and then they'll have a hearing on it. So we'll see.
I wonder if they have multiple hearings all over the state or just in one location.
Yeah, not sure about that, Jim.
I'd like to know. I mean, it would, we could go, but if it's only in Charleston, it might behoove us to try to be there to hear it.
Yeah, we'll find that out for you for sure. I also wanted to say, talk about the Youth Fair Waterline project. It's moving forward.
I got a call yesterday.
Did you?
I'll hopefully Friday. I don't know if it'll be this Friday or next Friday. We're scheduled, or possibly
Meet
next
down there
week.
on site.
We'll
Yeah.
meet. Well, they met on site, but they want to start delivering product or material. So I told them I'd try to get down there to help unload stuff. So
The material's been ordered. The survey's all done. It was free gratis from Mike Roberts. They're wrapping up all the easement work. In fact, they're meeting with this afternoon at 2:30 with Scott Lang. I always called him Pucko Lang. He's Jack's cousin. And he's the only private easement they need. And I talked to him yesterday on the phone, and he's all in support of it. There won't be any issues there. They're signing off, the youth fair signing off on their easements. And actually, if everything keeps going the way it is, we're hoping to start digging dirt in April if you're available, Jim. So
that's the plan.
So that it's coming together really well. I did want to mention too the parking lot situation over at P.O. Faulkner was getting striped. There was an issue there in the striping. Only about half of it was done, and it's not going to work. So we've been trying to mediate a solution, which I think we found. They did it according to CEC's drawings, and so I'm not pointing fingers at anyone, but it's difficult when you park somewhere and you can't back out if somebody parks in there. So we're working on it, and I think we're going to get it corrected, but it should be done here next week. The temperature is going to be in the 70s by the end of next week.
You wanted professionals to do that, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't their fault. It was a drawing fault. Fault was that there. So we'll see. But anyway, it should come together next week. I think we've got a good solution to the problem. Also, on Wednesday, yesterday, Gary and Matt and I met with Kevin Walker and Jack Owens from the Shenandoah Valley Battlefield Foundation. And we had a great conversation for an hour or so. And we'll talk more about that later, but hopefully things are going to move forward in that direction. So I wanted to talk about our legislative update. Last week I was pretty negative and pretty down. That whole attitude has changed dramatically in a week's time. As I just mentioned, the third reading is going to be on Senate Bill 530, the House that made no amendments or no changes to it. I think it's very broad, and I think it's going to give us the ability to use these funds once they're in place for a variety of different improvements in this community, which will be exciting.
And it will be strictly on new growth.
On new growth only, and on developments, not somebody just building a single family home on their home place or something. So, and you know, there'll be a lot more that we'll have to work out the details, but I think one of the things we're going to have to do is sit down and do a capital improvements plan for the whole county as to how we're going to spend these funds. So it's exciting though, and it's, we had three biggies we were after: the sales tax, which we probably thought we wouldn't get through this year. This, and then of course the rollback thing didn't get approved. But 1 out of 3 is not too bad, I'll tell you. And this is exciting stuff. It's going to give us some funding to do some things that we've been wanting to do for a long time.
We'll be able to talk firsthand about the rollback and how it's going to affect us here today. So.
And I really think the rollback's got a shot of being eliminated next year. I think the problem there was a lot of people didn't understand it. And you can sit there and look at it and try to read it, and it's difficult. But I think with another year behind us, I think we can get that through next year, hopefully. There's also some other bills that are going on that affect us too. That they are doing the readings on the fire board change of language, so that we would have control whether it gets placed on the ballot for an increase or not. It looks like that's going to go through. We also there was a Senate bill that our solid waste people, it's already been signed by the governor, that changes the language in their situation, so they don't need a permit now from the PSC to allow Apple Valley Waste to use that facility that was sitting in there, and that could have an impact for them. Obviously, funding wise, it'll help them and help us in terms of not having to provide that funding. So that bill went through as well. And there was another one that only affected commissions for five, which is just us in Jefferson County, about replacing a vacant commissioner seat. And good luck reading that bill if you want to get involved in it. But I guess it's been clarified now, and it looks like that bill is going to come to fruition as well. So good stuff. I did compliment Summer on her efforts. I know she worked really hard on the impact thing and did a great job. And I also want to compliment Melanie. Can you pronounce her last name right, Gary?
Anthony.
Palario, who is Executive Director of the County Commission Association of West Virginia. Her staff and Summer worked really close together during this whole session, and they deserve a lot of credit too for getting not just this bill passed, but other bills as well. And I just think it was a good session for us. What I thought was going to be a horrible session a week ago just turned into a really good session at this point. And great excitement. So I'm sorry to drag on, but I had to share my enthusiasm with you. It's wonderful.
Anything else?
That's it.
Eddie?
Yes, I was not able to attend the Dunn building meeting yesterday, construction report, but I did make the day report. In case you haven't noticed, all the structural steel is up. They're working on the roof decking right now. In the 2 weeks ahead, they'll be pouring concrete. They'll start on the 3rd floor and then work their way down. After that, they'll be able to set the stair towers, and they're going to start the exterior framing on the 3rd floor. So that project in the next 2 weeks is going to really look different. So, but it's moving along very nicely and no real hiccups.
I was not able to attend Monday's meeting at the Planning Commission. Believe me, they didn't want me there the way I felt. So
I did have one thing. I didn't have a meeting because there was none of my meetings this week, but I did meet with a gentleman who did the upgrade to the electric at the Roundhouse on Friday. Gave him his final payment on that, but it's been upgraded to the 400 amp service, new box and all that. So it's now ready for the HVAC people to come in and load it up and power up all the units, get the units put in place and powered up. So that project's moving along.
And that's another project that's on my list to get down there and put
the gas line.
But yeah, we'll.
The electrical side of it is done and upgraded, and that's good.
And Jim, I also met with R&R last week here in this room, and they actually got back the next day and said they would like to use our facility here instead of the old courthouse for their debates in April. So I asked about it when I was there Tuesday, but the gubernatorial candidates, they're trying to line up a debate with them, and that may change things. But anyway, we have offered this facility to be on a Tuesday and Wednesday, so it wouldn't affect our Thursday meeting. And Gary was okay with the dates, and so we'll see. But hopefully it'd be nice if we're here, and I'd love to attend some of those.
Just to reiterate about the water line down at the youth fair, I was in touch with Scott Foley out at Corn, Maine, so we're going to coordinate and get the material. He's going to get it delivered, and we'll get it unloaded. And
Yeah, just unload it there at the youth fair grounds,
Right.
so it doesn't have to be moved twice.
right, that's the plan. So, all righty, that's about all I have too. So,
Mr. President, if you want, Eddie gave the DRC. I attended the Dunn Building, if you care to hear, since we got a couple seconds. to
sure,
pause
go
it.
ahead.
So on the Dunn Building, it's the slated delivery date for use and occupancy for the whole project was late August. They've backed that up now to mid-May. They're making real good time. The change orders to date are trending about 1%. So the project, the design, and the architect and engineering firm that's helping, and the decisions of this body, everybody did their due diligence. I mean, they're really working hard there. We expect to have no later than Friday of next week to have UNO for the county clerk space below us. Now that excludes the vault space, which if we get Will out of the way, as soon as they finish fiduciary, Will move. They'll renovate fiduciary's current space. That's the new vault. And then we're slated to potentially move the occupants of 100 West King Street maybe in June. So all's on board. No big hurdles to speak of. You saw we had the Stevens Street entrance shut down for the construction. They delivered it a week early. It's back open. All the water drains. We don't have swimming pools, or as some would say, bird baths built out there on the old brick pad. So all in all, this project, much like the DRC, is on time and under budget, or at budget.
At budget.
Yeah, and the reason for a lot of those change orders and things
100-year-old building.
were uncovered that were not known, and some of them were structural issues, and that's
Hidden in the
always-
walls
Oh my! I mean,
or the floor.
or the floor.
go upstairs in the third up on the IT, and you'll walk in, and they have support rods that are cantilevered to hold the building. Yeah, they're in the middle of the floor. They were behind walls. Somebody tore them down. Like, can't remove them. They're structural, so they're all over the place. Not all over. There's 4 or 5 of them right now.
All righty. Anything else?
No, sir. I can
What-
tell you a
what
little
is-
bit.
When was this building built? Does anybody know?
Where's Matt when you need him? He'll be in a little bit. Ask him. He knows.
Wasn't it? This was part of Was this part of Martinsburg Furniture at one time?
No idea. No idea.
I had a friend of mine.
Umstead's listening. He'll come running. I promise.
Well, I'm just going to give it to. Not that it means a whole lot, but it was an old calendar with a thermometer on it from Martinsburg Furniture that he happened to see when he was in Pennsylvania, and he says, "I knew your dad had a furniture store," and he says, "I didn't know if this meant anything to you," but he got it and sent it to me. He said, "Not that it means a whole lot, but it's an item that actually came from this facility back in its heyday." So. All right, you've got a bid opening. You want to tell us a little bit about it?
I can. This first one is for a litter vacuum system. If you'll remember, Mr. Stubblefield and the organization, Eddie, what's the organization? What was it called?
Berkeley,
Right.
Berkeley Community Pride.
Community pride.
Donated the monies to make this acquisition. The bid was published. You do have the certification of publication. It was ran in the Journal, on our website, and distributed across our social media platforms, and you have one response. This is to pull behind a vehicle, and it's got vacuum and
Hose.
Yeah, if you remember, Mr. Lang talked about it. He said it would increase productivity, not quite twofold, but pretty doggone close.
Including equipment and delivery. Lump sum price for litter vacuum system per specifications. $27,820.
Was the firm.
I think that was about the gift that they received. 27.
Infrastructure Solutions Group. That's it.
That's it, sir.
All right. Well, I'm sorry, Penny.
Where are they out of?
Oh, I didn't see that. Where were they out of?
Yeah, I can get it.
Mechanicsville, Virginia, Penny.
All righty. A little bit early. What's number
Number 2.
Number 2, bid opening for RFP Dunn Building Furniture Package 3 and 4.
Yes, sir. So this correlates to my statement earlier about the progress of the Dunn Building. This package that you're about to open includes the assessor's office and the county clerk's office. We worked really hard. Tracy McCormick worked really hard with both the assessor's office and the county clerk's office in ensuring we had the tables twisted the right way and the cubicles running the wrong way, and it was a job. This isn't, I mean, you can build it, but then it's just this space. Now you have to put chairs and tables and desks, and where do you want your return? Where do you want your credenza? So it's a job. So Tracy, Kevin from Crabtree and Roball, I was involved a little bit, but it was a heavy lift to get these where they are. We've done it now with the fire board. We did it with finance and the tax office, voters registration, and we've learned through those 4, so let's hope we get this one a little better, but it is, I can't tell you, it is a heavy lift to pull these, and it looks like you have 3 responses. We do have certification of publication in the journal. It was put on our website as well as distributed on our social media platforms. This is furniture, installation, and delivery.
We're a little bit ahead of time, Anthony. 4 minutes ahead. Is that, says 10:05. I don't know if it's a big.
10:05 on my watch.
There you
Okay, your
go.
watch is different. Okay, good enough.
Somewhere it is, right? You always said it's 5 o'clock somewhere. They actually glued this, taped it, and they got staples in it. And it's in another sealed
I was
envelope.
going to say, it sounds like severe surgery on
Yeah.
somebody.
So it's going to take me the rest to get to 5 after to get it opened.
Okay.
So we'll be right on schedule.
By Anthony's watch will be late, so you have to hurry up,
Yeah.
Steve.
Got that new tool and everything. It's still taking that forever over there.
They even have a real knife on the counter, HD, so look out.
I know he did. I'm
Shoot,
afraid
well,
I'd
I
either
could
hurt
probably have
myself
you
or
come up
somebody
and-
else with that, so.
You give your report.
There we go.
We would have been right on time.
I don't know if we still need that.
Yeah, you should
With
keep
it.
that.
Better
Yes, keep them
that.
together, please.
Yeah.
First bid is from Furniture. Yeah, it'd be great if I could read her. Guernsey, out of Mechanicsburg, PA. Furniture package number 3 is $54,107.10. Furniture packet 2. The first one was for the clerk's office. Now the assessor's office is bid packet number 2 for $90,243.97.
I guess I should show you what everything is.
Yeah. Get that, Penny?
Clerk and the assessors.
Next bid is from Capital Business Interiors, Charleston, West Virginia. Furniture package 3, county clerk's office, $77,663.16. And furniture packet 2, area D, assessor's office, $132,236.84. More?
That's all of them today. That's it.
Have a name on that?
Laborers.
Labors? Where are they out of?
Hagerstown.
Hagerstown. Furniture Package 3, Clerk's Office, $52,018.85. Furniture Package 2 for the Assessor's Office, $90,439.82. That concludes. Oh, here it is. Office Furniture Exchange doing business as DBA. You get those, Penny? All righty. We're good to go?
Thank you.
Mr. Lawrenson, welcome to our meeting here this morning. 17 Estates, is that still the same?
That is correct, Commissioners.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
This morning, we do indeed have 17 estates for all final settlements for the month of March 2024. All estates proposed for settlement here this morning are identical to those found in your read-ahead. Also, all estates proposed for settlement here this morning have been legally or actually noticed of their proposed pending settlement status as prescribed by West Virginia law. Furthermore, my office has received no written notice of objections to date from any interested parties of the estates herein. Lastly, all claims of debt publicly filed against each of these estates have either been released as paid in part or in full by the creditors themselves, or the estate has been declared to be insolvent, meaning no probate assets remain to pay heirs, beneficiaries, and creditors alike. Without objection from any interested party in the audience here this morning, I ask for this Commission's consideration for the approval of the 17 estates for final settlement in the month of March 2024.
Okay. Has everybody had a chance to take a look at them? I could have a motion to approve the 17 estates for March 2024.
I'll make a motion to approve the 17 estates for March 2024.
Have a motion, to have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries.
State hearing?
No, we have a couple already scheduled on the books for, I think, one other one in March, but nothing to be scheduled as of. That's all I have, Commissioners. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Well, we're a little bit early for the creator and recognition of Brandon. Who's our creator of our new county flag.
Oh, no.
Was he out there?
I
Okay.
saw Matt poke his head in.
Yeah, see if he might be looking for Matt.
I
Get
think
Matt
that
in.
was out there.
No, Matt might have been looking for him.
Oh, okay. Well, let's take a break until he gets in here. Okay, we're back in session, and today we're going to have a little honoring of a design that was chosen to be our county flag. And Matt, you're going to kind of fill us in on how the process took and what we did.
Good morning, everybody. It's good to see everyone here. Just a little background first. This project, the flag project, entered the arena of the Berkeley County 250th commemoration celebration at a request of a certain county commissioner who's now the president of the county commission. We're not naming names, but just kidding. He came to me and the committee and said, "Hey, would you guys consider a flag?" And I said, "Well, I'll talk to the members," and we took it on as a project of the commemoration celebration. And we then promptly turned to some reliable partners over at James Rumsey Technical Institute. Donna Van Meter, the principal director there, and Jason Ware, the instructor with graphic design there as well. Teaches the students there at James Rumsey. And when I say reliable, I'm referring to the fact that the students there previously were involved with the design of the 250th commemoration logo, a different group of students. And one of those students was a gentleman you all might remember, Eddie, and I should say Commissioner Gokenauer and Commissioner President Whitaker, and Mr. Barnhart's not here today, but Fleetwood White, if you guys recognizing Fleetwood for the design of the logo from Washington High School. Turned out he was from Washington High School. We did a little bit of a different route with the county seal, and thanks to now Commissioner Boyd over here, provided a connection to someone familiar with design and art for the identification of a very talented artist named Thea Clutter from Musselman High School, one of our current Berkeley County students who's now graduated and I think still doing art and work and getting paid for it these days. So the flag came along and we're like, well, let's turn back to James Rumsey and see if we can get some support with a design. And the committee had a few submissions from a few students, and we selected a young man named Brandon Pendel, and I'm probably mispronouncing his last name, but Brandon's in the back here today, and he endured many email requests from the committee. We probably sent him, I don't know, if you counted them all up, Brandon, probably like 25 emails? Yeah. Of just, can you tweak this? Can you slightly adjust this? How about this color? How about this, pattern, this design? Can you adjust the design a little bit? And was very patient and very responsive and very professional in how he communicated with me, and he endured my email abuse. And I appreciate that very much, and his patience and willing to work with the committee. And it was a very difficult project, like the seal and the commemoration logos. They all took substantial amount of time, a lot of back and forth. Hopefully you learned a little bit through the process about some of the challenges. But at the end of the day, and thanks to the support, I want to highlight some particular folks who really, in addition to the committee, Gary Stanley was a member of the committee with the design of all these logos and designs, in addition to the flag, and Erica Wojcik with Davis Designs, who also contributed with the design of the flag in particular. And they were very helpful. Those two individuals were very helpful getting to a final design. With that, I wanted to obviously present you with a flag. On behalf of the County Commission, they wanted to recognize you and thank you for your contributions and support for the commemoration, and kind of elevating the history and the very important symbolism that is embodied there with the flag that we've kind of approved and designed. And I know the commissioners probably want to say a few words. And
I do, if that's okay. I'd like to tell you that the first flag that was made, I had the privilege of actually taking it to our President of the Senate, Craig Blair, and presented him with it. So he has the very first flag that we ever made. And I think you have the second one. So, but we are here to honor you today and thank you for what you designed for Berkeley County, and it will be here for quite a long time, or at least as long as I'm here anyway. So with that, I'd like to open up if any of the other commissioners would like to.
I'm not an arts person. I don't have that vision, but I'm glad that you did and you do. And I think as young as you are, you have a tremendous opportunity in your life to be able to do good things. So congratulations.
HD?
Well, I was on the email thread, so I know it was a lot. And yeah, good job, man.
Thank you. I just want to say, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and what your plans are? And introduce, is that your mama back there?
No, that's my grandmother.
Okay, grandmother. You look awful young for a grandmother.
Obviously, I'm Brandon from Berkeley Springs, West Virginia. Started going to high school there, and I had the opportunity to go to James Roman. And there was just wonderful staff there. Really good opportunity.
I was out there a few months ago for a breakfast, and then we had a little tour of the place, and we were in your classroom there. I don't know if you were there at that time or not. But that is amazing, the stuff they do in that classroom there with the different signage and all. It's
Graphic design.
really awesome. Yeah, so.
Just to let you know what my graphic design entails is I can barely draw a straight line with a ruler, so. I think.
You need to learn how to do gold leaf. Can you do gold leaf? Y'all try it. There's a market.
There's, I don't know, Morgan County does, do they have a county flag in Morgan County?
They have one, but it doesn't.
We'll talk to Bill.
We'll send a letter of recommendation for the new graphic design artist. How about
We'll
that?
get a hold of Tuttle and Clark up there and tell them to get their act together and hire you.
Commissioners Tuttle and Clark.
Okay.
We'll let them know we can send references to them for somebody who can design it for them. How about that? Well, we're going to take a break and get a picture here with you. And I'm sorry, Matt.
I
go
just
ahead.
wanted to add one thing. So through the three different student-produced projects, we covered the original footprint of Berkeley County, Jefferson High School, Washington High School, Musselman High School, and Berkeley Springs High School. So through the commemoration, you all have reached out. Very unplanned, very uncoordinated. It just happened. So it's just kind of amazing that worked out, that we touched our neighboring counties in the process of doing the different things that we did to celebrate our 250th. And you all were obviously supportive and or do a lot of credit for making that happen. So thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay, we're going to take a break and get some pictures here. How's that?
On, sir.
Alrighty. We're back in session, and we have Chad Weinbrenner, Deputy County Administrator, with a presentation of the updated sick leave policy. So, Chad?
Mr. President, if I may, just
Yes,
a
I'm
little
sorry.
groundwork before Chad does
Yes,
his
indeed.
magic.
I'm sorry.
So there's been a lot of effort involved in this process. We've worked with all the constitutional officers to discuss a modification of the current sick leave policy that would benefit the employees and create two pools of leave. Right now, just some high-level things that are different currently with your sick leave policy. If my child's sick or my spouse is sick, I can't use leave. I have to use vacation time to take them and support them. One of the big things is in that's a big deal if you have young kids, you have a field day, whatever it is you need to do, it's your vacation. So the other thing is we aren't proposing taking anything from anyone. The modifiers and the calculations stay absolutely the same. All we're looking at doing and all we're asking you to consider is creating two pools of leave. Vacation doesn't change whatsoever. Now there'll be personal leave and long-term disability, and Chad can explain those. But I think for purposes of the commission hearing it, we've worked with every constitutional officer, sat down with them and explained it. They're all here, or their representatives are here, and hopefully as Chad finishes, we can get them to come up and offer any concerns or questions they may have.
Sounds good. Chad?
Sir, so when we looked at this, as Gary had alluded to, we had heard some concerns from employees that were not able to use their leave to take care of dependents. We took a look at the policies, which were fairly outdated on the books, and began to meet with constitutional officers to figure out how we break these down. We didn't want to take anything away from anybody as far as hours, and we wanted to make sure that for retirement purposes, that any accrued leave is still there to be applied to retirement. So the policy that we came up with was splitting the current sick leave into the two leave policy with personal leave and then long-term leave. Your personal leave bank is, as Gary alluded to, it's non-scheduled discretionary time for the employee. It would be emergencies, illness of the employee or a dependent. It could even be that they got a flat tire on their way to work and needed a few hours to address that, rather than that having to come out of their vacation bank and be counted against them. In absence, they'll be able to utilize personal leave. Second part of this policy is what is being termed the long-term leave bank, and that's really a piece of leave to ensure that the employee, if they were to experience a life-altering illness or injury, has time available to them to be able to navigate that injury, their finances are not affected while they're doing that. And that's all protected and outlined under the laws of the Family Medical Leave Act and FMLA time. To access this policy, the employee would have to file for FMLA. FMLA is awarded in two different ways. It's awarded, standard, which is you're off from point A to point B and you get 12 weeks within a rolling 12-month period, or it can be done intermittently. So you have a chronic condition that can arise, which will cause you to be off work unexpectedly, severe migraines, stomach issues, things like that. It would protect those employees as well. And to get that FMLA, they have to coordinate with their physician, take the application to them. The physician has to sign off that they do indeed need considerations for time off from work. And then that bank opens up to them as well. Much like the sick leave bank, the long-term leave bank would have no cap on accumulations. The personal leave bank has a 30-day cap on accumulations. And I provided a sheet at the start of this for you all as far as what the differences are between the two. We do believe that this is going to offer employees a lot of flexibility with being care of their family. We also understand that change is very impactful to employees and that it's going to require a lot of explanation, and we've already had those conversations with the electeds, and we're anticipating setting up meetings pending your approval with all employees to be able to explain this policy in depth and how they will navigate it should they need to access it. The last piece of this is how we would load the personal leave banks. So the idea was we would not want employees who have been here for a long time and had a lot of time earned beginning with a zero 0 days in their personal leave bank. So we came up with basically a 10% formula where that time would be taken, deducted 10% out of their current sick bank, 10% moved over and started in the personal leave bank up to a cap of 30 days. And then the remainder of the time left over would initiate their long-term leave.
Okay.
Run that by me again, Chad,
Yes, sir.
please.
So 10%, if easy numbers, if you have 1,000 hours in your sick leave bank, we'll take 100 of those and establish. The remaining 900 will become the bank for your long-term leave.
Any other questions?
No, I understand it.
HD?
I've just got some, had some different folks reach out to me about some different things. It was just kind of a different thought, a little bit of a different application, per se. Could the long-term leave go a half of a day and the personal leave go to 1 day? Could those two be flipped?
Certainly at the discretion of the commission, they could be. I think what you would run into is you would reach a cap of personal leave
Much quicker.
much quicker, and you would not accrue you wouldn't accrue the protection of the long-term leave bank.
Understand.
It's really beneficial for the employees to bank sick leave because you can use it towards your retirement.
If you're tier 1.
Yeah, if you're tier 1, or to, in some cases, medical coverage after you retire. So
You contribute. Your employees participate right now in 4 different retirements. 3 of those 4 have sick leave benefits. The one that does not is PERS Tier 2. We understand that there's an effort underway right now to get Tier 2 onto that. We think will happen. But right now, 75% of the funds you participate in, the majority of your staff, all your firefighters, all your law enforcement officers, your dispatchers, and then anybody that works for the county commission or elected official prior to July 1 of 20, which was the Tier 2, has a retirement benefit for their sick time.
So what happens with our current COVID policy that we have in effect? How does this work?
So the CDC is right now working to change those things. Currently, we are going to need to look at that policy and retool it. This policy does not go into effect pending your approval until July 1. It gives us time to work on some things with the handbook. There's a lot of stuff underway for updates there. It gives IT time to be able to do the necessary work they need to do on CMI. It would give us also plenty of time to update that COVID policy and kind of wait to see what we expect to be relatively soon movement from the CDC on new guidance related to COVID. The one big thing right now is the mandatory 5 days off if your spouse is sick, which is not standard practice for most places anymore or a CDC recommendation. So we could eliminate that from our policy. Save the employee. But I do believe that the window of time from today to implement the policy gives us a lot of time to get ready. On July 1, we're ready to go.
people should be rewarded for not using their sick days over their career, and that's the one thing that I want to see protected. Sounds like that would be. So.
My thing is, if you're sick and you're too sick to do your job, you need to stay home. But has there been abuse in our sick leave?
I think if you went through the numbers, you could definitely say that the sick leave is being taken. There's definitely opportunity.
Well, I knew what the answer is, but I wanted to ask you that, but because I think that our sick leave policies have been taken advantage of, quite honestly. They've been very gracious, more so in the sick leave policy. when you look at the amount of time that is taken, the amount of personnel that could be replaced with those dollars. I appreciate you drilling down on this. I'm not saying I agree with every word of it, but I don't think anybody would. But I think everybody would agree that something needed to be done about the abuse. The good thing is you truly are not losing anything. The employee is not losing anything. Time or their sick leave is being placed into another bank for a catastrophic injury or illness of something of that nature, in which I appreciate that would be there for an employee instead of having to go without pay. All they would have to do is go through the FMLA and they would be approved for that. Personal leave is something new for us. We've never had it. I had it with a former employer, and it worked out very well. So,
And most organizations have that because it's particularly for the people that have young children and the child's sick and not the employee, and that's a way they can stay at home with that child. And you know, the school system has 3,000 employees and they have the personal days, and I think that's important for us to create that for our people.
and Chad, what happens upon separation or retirement under the long-term leave? What happens with those?
So upon retirement, first, both of those banks will be combined into one number and applied towards that retirement modifier if they are in a fund, any fund but tier. Upon separation of employment, nothing changes, just the sick time now. We do not pay out sick time, we do not pay out these leave banks either. They're coming from they're being given for the same purposes. We would hold them for 2 years for reinstatement of employment within that 24-month period, just as we do right now. None of those things. This does not, I think Gary alluded to it, this has zero impact on your vacation leave policy out. Which is also a very generous policy.
The current policy we've had for years is very generous compared to most agencies, including government agencies in this area.
Yes, sir. Having a relative that works for the school board.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments?
You have constitutional officers that
Yeah, I'm in from the board up here. I'd like to open it up to any of the constitutional officers out there if they have any questions or concerns with it, or their representatives. Tony or Larry?
Thanks, Larry.
Well, you weren't here earlier this morning, so we thought we'd get you up here.
Okay,
Sometime.
that's good. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah, we got together and went over all this stuff, and we've been looking at it, and I'm thinking probably not just in my office. There's probably a lot of the other offices have a lot of these problems with sick leave taken advantage of. I know my office is and has been. And I've been working for the last couple of years, basically, to try to. My problem is they will use their sick leave and their vacation leave immediately at the beginning of the month. They don't have anything left. Then if they get sick, then they get docked. Their pay gets docked, and they're not working the 40 hours a week. So we've been writing them up, and we're really dealing with that for several months. But this program, I think it's fine if it's not going to take anything away from the employees. As far as it's just dividing up the sick leave
I think it
into
just
two different categories.
reclassifies the usage or how it's used, how it's documented.
Yeah, so they're not losing anything. So, and I've had a couple of my employees already, because they saw the read ahead. They said, "Oh my, what's going on? We're gonna, we're gonna be losing something. They're taking something away from us." As long as it's not taking anything away from the employees, and it's just dividing up that sick leave to those two different categories. They're not losing anything. It's just kind of controlling them to they can't just take that sick day anytime they want to, even though it's not a sick day. It's basically a vacation day. They take it as a sick day. I mean, that happens a lot.
I think more and more personal days are being part of an employee's or employer's option, even in the private sector.
Yeah.
So it just gives the employee another avenue to use instead of using their sick leave, which, again, it gives you the incentive. I see it as an incentive to be able to accrue my sick leave towards a benefit towards the end of my career or as my retirement. But some will see that, some won't. I know I'm getting close to that mark where I don't have any sick leave other than, my employer doesn't give that to me. I don't have that luxury, so my retirement is mine.
Now, there's 3 different categories, and Chad may be able to answer this question, but to convert the sick leave into those, 3 for every 30 days, 2 for every 30 days, or 1 for every 30 days. Will the employee have that option, or is that something that the council is going to decide on which one that will be converted?
Proposing the 10%.
The first one,
10%.
3 for 30?
Because I think it would be a little bit of a nightmare if one chose one and one chose another. It wouldn't.
That's true.
It'd be the 10% figure.
Yeah, and it should come out of the personal because you can only bank up to 30, where in the sick leave you can bank as many as you want. So to me, it makes sense to do it that way.
And at either category, at the end of retirement, you get the benefit of whatever's in there.
Right.
Get that, so.
They get added together. There's still one at the end.
So it's not taking anything away from the employees, just dividing it up a little bit different. So.
I would say on the name that it's used under.
Yeah, I'm all for it. I think, it's a good program.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you, Larry.
Okay.
I have a question for the elected officials as a whole, and that is, it's not like the school board. The school board, I don't know if you heard recently, though, they had as many as over 700 employees off on a Friday recently, okay? And they can't bus the kids, they can't teach the kids because there's not that many subs. Has our sick leave, because usually the sick days that are abused are on Fridays and Mondays for the long weekends, okay? Let's be honest about it. Has it ever affected, though, your all's offices in terms of getting your job done? Has it ever gotten to that point here? I know here it's only 400 total employees, and of course, I don't know, like the most concern would be in the sheriff's office because they've got the toughest job to keep our citizens safe. But has it ever affected your departments to that point? Because you don't have the ability to call somebody in to substitute that person for that day. Somebody that's in the office just picks up the slack, and it's not like the school system calls a substitute or anything, so, yeah.
Same way in my office, that happens periodically. People that just automatically think, well, long weekend, let's,
It hasn't affected you all getting your job done, though.
No, but somebody else has to do it, It just passes it on, and I've had other employees complain about that when somebody's off on a Friday or a Monday, that we have to go do their job or whatever at the counter, let's say, or whatever. It does create a problem. We get by with it, but it just passes the work on to somebody else.
Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Next.
Morning, sirs and ma'am.
Good morning.
On behalf of the Sheriff's Department, I'm speaking on behalf of Sheriff Blair, who's out of town right now. We do support this, but we would like some additional time to review this with the Deputy Sheriff's Association. We did get some numbers. Our numbers do not take into, well, the numbers that I received show 5,500 hours of sick leave used. These did not take into account the 1,666 hours of workman's comp that was not that was counted into that 5,500, and the COVID leave as well. So if you take that number of 3,840 hours and you divide that by 8, and then you divide that by the number of personnel that we have, it comes down to about 6.67 days per year. I don't think that we have a sick leave policy violation, but I just want you guys to know that on behalf of Sheriff Blair, yes, we do prove what you guys are trying to do. Just give us some time to speak to the Sheriff Association, and I'd appreciate it.
Is that 5,500 for the year?
5,500 hours, sick hours.
For the past year? 2020, the calendar year of 2023. You all had 5,500, just Sheriff's Department.
Yes, sir.
But his point was, is they remove people were out on workers' comp and or mandatory COVID outage. It went down to 3,800, Eric? Where'd it go down to?
3,840.
That was his point.
Now, does that include the tax office too?
No, it's just.
No, sir.
Just
that's-
the
That's
sheriff?
just the Sheriff's Department, sir.
Yeah,
Uniform person.
yeah.
Uniform and some of the civilians inside. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Tony?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Thanks for the opportunity to be here and speak about this issue that we have. Of course, Berkeley County Clerk is certainly in favor of what you're trying to do. It is a business, and it's been this way for a long time. So, I looked at our numbers. They weren't the best. You think maybe some of it could have been a little bit lower because of people with knee replacements or childbirth and that type of thing. But overall, it's pretty accurate after I looked into it. So thank you, Mr. Wine, for those nice numbers that always make me feel well. I think there'll be a lot of questions later. I know your staff will be coming around. Commissioner Guggenheim did bring up the COVID, which was what I was going to ask, so you answered that question for me, and also about the retirement. I think you brought that up. So that sort of cleared some concerns of mine. All of this said, how's it going to affect your old staff? Do you all have to hire anybody else to do this monstrosity of stuff that's going to be happening, or do you have, I know Ms. Shule and this fine gentleman behind me taking care of it, but that won't affect your all's bottom line as far as like you have to hire two people to take care of this stuff. I know most of it's computerized.
CMI. The computer will
CMI,
take
so
care of it.
you're good there. So I was just from a bottom line perspective, I just was wondering, but it's probably time. So that's all I have to say. So thanks for the opportunity, and
I think the thing to remember about this is that if we make a policy change, it's not in concrete forever. And if something after we do it needs tweaked, you can come back later and tweak the thing. So it's not like we're making a decision that we're going to live by for the next 100 years.
Yeah.
So it can be tweaked if we really feel there's a need to do it to be fair to our people. So.
Well, you asked about if we had a lot of people off on a particular day, if it affected the operation of the office. At times, it gets a little hairy.
Yeah.
There's no question.
I don't have a problem with the officers, elected officials, having people on call that you could call in at a contracted hourly rate or something to substitute for somebody if it's
Yeah.
going to be a couple week illness or something.
Yeah.
You have that ability to do that, but it's just finding the right person to fill that role.
Well, we've made do, and this might help the new implementation that you want to put into effect. But most of the girls over there, they made me learn everything. So when they're not there, I do it.
Well, I'm glad that they're getting
We have
something
you
out
under
of it.
oath. Are you under oath? We're holding on to owing money now.
That's a tough act to follow, Shelley.
I know. It has come after me. We did meet with Gary and with Penny, and we appreciate the information they presented to us. I believe that this is, like you said at the beginning, it's a start. There will be some areas that will need to be tweaked, but we won't know that until we get started in this direction. I think it's the best thing. I believe that once they come over and speak to our staff and educate them and answer their questions, and of course, like many of the others, they have done the read ahead this morning, so panic is in everyone's eyes and in their hearts. I could answer some of the questions, and bottom line was Gary and Chad. Of them concerns when it comes to long-term stipulation. But we do have offenders, and it isn't fair to the one department in particular, because if a couple of them who are routinely out, the one person it's relied on to do the job, and it can be quite frantic for them.
I'll kind of mirror with what Steve said. It's a new policy, and I know that there's going to be concerns with it, but I know that we'll be able to work through those concerns and get all the questions that are on everybody's mind about why the change is happening, or as to how it's going to affect them as an individual. And we will work through all those. So that's my...
Knowing organizations that have personal leave and knowing people that work in those organizations very close to me, I think the employees will actually end up appreciating it, the majority of them.
I agree.
Than leaving it like it is. Yeah. That's just my opinion, but I may be wrong on that, but I think the majority is going to appreciate it. So.
I don't want to sound like that I'm against the abusers or anything, and I don't even like using that word, but I just want to be implemented fairly, and that we're all here to do a job. I mean, I know that I am, so but mine's a little bit different than your all's out there on a daily basis.
And I know we are hoping that there will be some guidelines for us that are a little clearer than what we have at the moment.
And when an issue does arrive, we'll be able to work through it.
You.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good to see you all. Ms. Delegaty is unable to be here this morning, so she asked for me to come as the representative for the Berkeley County Prosecutor's Office. She did want me to convey that upon review of the policy and our meetings that we had previously, Katie is in support of this. The only question that she had, and I can't remember from our meeting, I know there were several possible percentage options that were discussed originally. Is this the 10%? Was that the highest of the three?
It is the highest.
It is the highest of the three. That was my memory as well, which Ms. Delegaty also supports. So I think that certainly the only thing outstanding with it, other than the tweaks that I'm sure might come in the future, are the education component. I know I've fielded a lot of questions in preparation, before today. And I'm certain that there will be more, and so I look forward to being able to schedule a time where someone can come to the office and help explain it to all the employees and answer their more detailed questions. I think that's
Chad's job, right?
Chad and Penny, they're a pair.
That's it, Chad and Penny. Because I think that decision line of crossing over from one type of leave to the other is probably going to be the most pressing issue to look at. But thank you all very much for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, if I could speak to
Yes.
what he just alluded to, is when the first set of conversations we had, and we talked about filling the personal leave bank, Chad in his math wizardry proposed a 5, 7, and 10. 5, 7, and 10%. The 10% is most gracious to the employee, so it fills their personal leave bank faster from the balance at the original stated time. So we just made that decision and said, if we're going to be fair and try and be as fair as possible, 10% of your existing sick leave fills your personal, as much of your personal leave, as opposed to the two smaller pieces.
Any other questions, comments, concerns?
You good, Brian? No, but you're still a department head.
I can't tell you the pride that I feel standing here, and you'll know this because we years together. But this is something that we addressed early on in the ambulance authority. Being a subcomponent of you guys, we have the option to do some things that, on a much smaller scale, that the commission has to look at. Just recently, we went to a limit on the sick leave that people can use for the children and things of that nature to give them that option. And what we did is say, okay, you accumulate 144 hours annually, you can use up to 80 hours of that in a calendar year to care for a spouse, a child, a paternal grandparent, or someone that's living with you that depends on you for those things. So we put that into our policy probably November of this year. So it's good to see the county moving to something like that as well. Now, we didn't delineate it as, you know, you can only use this time or this time. It's still on an overall scale, but at least it's our attempt, because as we look at it, much like the sheriff's office, we don't have substitutes. We just have a very small part-time workforce. So what we have to do is figure out how to reduce the cost of overtime. And when you're staring down the barrel of $750,000 overtime annually, this is one of the ways to say, okay, here's a benefit to you as the employee, but we do have to put some limits on it so that it doesn't get abused. So it's good to hear that it's going on a bigger scale and to know that we saw that a few years ago. So that's all I got to say. I think you're headed down the right path.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Motion to adopt the policies one by one?
Yep.
Two of them.
There's two policies already.
Effective July 1.
Effective July 1. The first motion I need is to adopt the presentation of the, the updated sick leave policy. I have a motion to adopt it.
So moved.
Have a motion to have a second? Second. And all those in favor, any further discussion?
Yeah, I have a question. The chief deputy or chief administrator had asked about being able to meet with the Deputy Sheriff's Association.
So in order for the civil service arm of this to be, you have to have a signed agreement between the sheriff and the county commission. We are not in possession of that, so you adopting these would apply to every civilian person in the organization, excluding the sworn officers. And per the deputy's comment, we would have to wait till they could either come along or not. The policies would be in place similar to the policy that's there now.
Any further discussion?
But the policy they have now is equal to what everybody else has at this point in time.
That is correct. So the deputy sheriffs, until the county commission has a signed agreement between you and the sheriff, theirs would stay the same. That doesn't speak to the administrative staff, just the sworn deputies, just the sworn police officers.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. And the second one, I'm sorry?
Long-term leave.
Long-term leave,
Long-term.
PR-20C. The first one was PR-20B. That's personal leave.
Okay, got it.
The last one is long-term leave, PR-20C.
20C. Okay. Can I have a motion to adopt long-term leave policy PR-20C?
So moved.
Have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Do we have any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. They are adopted.
Thank you.
They're no longer orphans.
Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. A little bit behind. Mr. Wine, the resolution for regional jail fees.
Yes, sir. As you're all aware, you have received around $3.6 million from the opioid settlement. As part of that effort and part of the conditions and the agreement between the Attorney General and all of these settlements, one of the valid expenses for that monies is to reimburse yourself for prior regional jail fees. What this resolution does is exercise your right of taking 1/2 of the $3.632803.45 and reimburse yourself for spent jail fees up to the amount of $1,816,401.72. That, if you so choose, we'll take that money. It will be brought into your general county budget through your refunds and reimbursement account and be used for operating expenses.
Okay. I have a motion to
Make a motion to adopt the resolution.
for the regional jail fees. I have a motion. Do I have a second? Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Like sign opposed, motion carries. Now we have a declaration of surplus.
You do. As you're well aware, as you continue to revamp your fleet and move vehicles around, we have an 05 Crown Vic, an 06 Crown Vic, an 04 Crown Vic, a 2018 Escape. The transmission's out of it, and the cost of that transmission replacement it's not worth the replacement. As a matter of fact, one of my next ones will be a mid-size SUV to approve. That's the replacement for this vehicle we're declaring surplus. A 2014 Jeep Compass and a 2015 Ford Taurus. All of the parts and pieces and funk that we could use have been taken off. So you declare them surplus, they'll hit. I think one of these pieces goes straight to salvage. The others will be put on gov deals and sold.
Alrighty, can I have a motion to surplus or declaration of surplus of property?
So moved.
A motion to have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. Bid award, midsize SUV.
Yes, sir. So from my last statement, you have an Escape that has suffered failure that is not worth replacement. So we went out to bid. You received 3 bids last week. One from Whiteside of St. Clairsville, one from Parsons Ford, and one from Keystone Ford. We're recommending, in this instance, the Ford Bronco from Parsons Ford in the amount of $31,610.
Righty. Do I have a motion to accept the bid award for midsize SUV?
Yes, sir, from Parsons Ford in the amount of $31,610.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. Bid award, vehicle outfitting equipment.
Yes, sir. As you're aware, you took possession of 8 2024 Police Interceptor Explorers, a month or so ago. In order for us to outfit those, we need the equipment. We wrote the specifications. Chase Widebrenner did a great job. We put it on the streets. You've received 2 bids, one from Hall Public Safety in the amount of $111,780.08, and another one from Dana Safety Supply in the amount of $134,891.01. After review, and this is for parts only, as you well know, we do the installs ourselves. The low bid of Hall Public Safety meets specifications, so we're recommending that the commission awards the contract or the purchase to them.
Alrighty. To have a motion to approve the contract or the purchase of contract to bid award for outfitting equipment to Hall Public Safety.
So moved.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. Penny, did you need the amount read into that one more time, or you got it? Alrighty, bid award, training equipment, Sheriff's Department.
Yes, sir. You have, as you well know, you open bids And it's important to note here that this is all grant-funded, non-matched. Your grant writer did a great job. Elizabeth and Chad worked hard to get this stuff done with law enforcement. The review's been done, as you see a memo from the sheriff. They received one bid, and after reviewed and specs being met, they're asking you to award the contract to Inveris Tactical Solutions in the amount of $160,627.17, and it, again, to be funded from the Stop School Violence Grant.
All righty. Can I have a motion to training, no, is it training equipment? Yes. Okay, because one says what?
It's actually training.
Training, okay. Can I have a motion to approve the bid award for the Sheriff's Department training equipment?
So moved.
Have a motion to have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. And one more bid award for SWAT equipment.
Yes, sir. That as well is grant funded with no match by Stop the School Violence. You have a memo from Sheriff Blair. You had 3 bids. Of those that met spec was the low bidder, which is Atlantic Tactical Inc. in the amount of $31,626. And they're asking that you award the bid to Atlantic Tactical.
Righty. Can I have a motion to award the bid to Atlantic Tactical for the amount of $31,626 for the Sheriff's Department?
So moved.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. And that brings us close to the end. So we're got an executive session.
Yes, sir.
All righty, and we're going to go up. Any items from the public before we go into executive session? For real estate
purposes.
Yeah, for
He
real
was
estate.
watching Matt move.
I was
Didn't know
watching
if
Matt. I
he-
didn't know if he was having
You
one.
coming up, Matt?
Oh, okay. I was waiting for the public, so.
Real estate purposes.
Okay, we're going into executive session for real estate purposes. Can I have a motion to do so?
So moved.
Have a motion to have a second?
Second.
Second, we are in executive session for real estate matters. Okay, we're out of executive session and no actions to be taken. We're going to take a break here until 1 o'clock and we'll reconvene for budget workshop. So we are on break.
All right, get back live.
Okay. Ready, because as for state makes us call an increase. Not really raising.
So as we go down through these, and I've individually done it with all of them, so you've heard my speech. And you're welcome to run down through them, but I'll say right up front that the bottom line of this page, I took into consideration the fact that you are willing to leave the levy rate where it is. Not to, you have to get back 1.9 million.
Yeah, it's not an option.
Do you want me to go down through, Jimmy? Or do you?
Uh,
I'll follow your lead, sir.
yeah, go ahead. Yellow lines here, what the assigned fund balance.
You can skip the assigned. That's the leftovers, actual POs from the previous. Unreserved fund.
Unreserved fund balance. 1718. Anyway, we're at what's the $1,485,085.
That's what you, remember, we started this fiscal year, you estimated it to be 5,960,006. In the very first budget revision, we had to reduce that down to 3,485,085. We're recommending you set it at 2.5. That's the cash left over after POs. Effective July 1, once the reconciliation is done, you're assuming, you're gambling that at a minimum, there's 2.5 million in cash. Not more than that, but.
Property taxes, the current year, 60 million, 24,000. And we're at 63%, is that right?
That is correct. Just for note, for the purpose of this conversation, anything greater than 58.3%. As of these numbers, you would expect to be at 58.3. So remember, taxes are paid in halves, but a lot of people pay in full. So you budgeted 26.698956 and collected 60,124,540. There's no guessing at this. I literally plugged the assessment numbers into a state issue spreadsheet. It said, roll your taxes back. You now can only collect 26,971,961. But I left the levy rate at 1339. That number, 28,000,009. Is there any concern at all? I talked to Mr. Barnhart while I wouldn't speak for him in public, but he said it's a brainer. I'm going to take that hit.
Taxes. Projected is a.
Yeah, but these are prior year taxes. These are that particular number HD here's 5 years back. So
People paid late after stuff went to auction.
That's it. That's what that is. That's what that is.
Put that into general revenue?
Everything here is general revenue.
More of those go in.
Because they would go for sale in June, right?
Keep your clothes on. Impact fee just passed the House and no, with only 2 no votes, it's headed to the governor for signature.
Who are the 2 no votes? Who are the 2 no votes?
Yeah.
I can pick one of them, possibly 2.
Better not be local.
I don't think so. Artie Gearhart's one of them.
I asked. It's on the way to the other.
Great news. Send your big old thumbs up. Alrighty, that's prior year taxes. Supplemental taxes. We're at 615,000.
We're
145%. Affected.
So that's if you don't know supplemental, that's when you didn't fill out your assessment form, get your personal property, and you came in, you gotta go get your tags renewed. Supplemental.
And here's a surplus.
The next one should be state audit, redemption, state audit. Delinquent and redemption for state audit. Little.
Yeah, there was one right before that mindset. Surplus.
There's zero.
Delinquent.
Delinquent and non-entered redemptions from state auditors. We haven't got anything this year, but we will because the auditor now does that. So it comes late.
That's stuff we have to return?
Redemption state auditors, I have the paper here today because I knew you'd have it. But 30109. It is, by definition, 30109. It says, all it says, it's either in no description to it. Ad valorem property taxes, all it says. Doesn't have a bigger definition.
But it's to our favor, not to our negative.
Yeah, it's $3,000. Sorry.
Prior yearly fit and other.
Older than 5 years. Older.
25,000. Tax lien surplus.
Okay.
That's 1,000.
That's just now that they changed that. That sale, the auditors do the lien. The auditors do that.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's not calculated.
Tax penalties, interest and publication fees, 361,873.
As of January.
Yeah. Budget for 3,000.
Those, you understand those, get into those when the economy's slow and people aren't paying, that number goes up. Healthy every year is not bad. So I anticipated normal.
Next up is property transfer tax. This is something. We're at 2,557,178. We're at 73%.
That's important to note there, Mr. President, that as of July 1, we'll get an additional 20% of the state's money. So we're already at 73%, should be at 58%, knowing that we're going to get an additional 20%. Aren't seeing. So 4 million long is, and again, that is tied to property movement. So recession or money slowdown hits, that number falls. But if you look at your sheet across, I think you'll see since 2020, 4442, budgeted 3.5. So we were 4.2 last year. We're getting 20% more this year. I'm not scared to take it.
Question, where's that extra money go? So we're at 73%, probably going to surpass what the.
It becomes part of it. It goes into general county and ultimately not spent becomes your unencumbered fund balance. Yes, sir.
Carryover.
Yeah.
Right?
That's exactly what that is. Yes, sir.
2.5 that we looked at earlier.
No, that's not it.
This adds into that to make.
Right.
And oil and gas severance tax.
Obviously, as you all know, on the other side of the state, oil and gas is hopping. We're at 212%. I left that at 500. I would not scream and pout and run like my hair was on fire. I don't have any. Wanted to make that bigger, but it is a severance tax. The industry slows down, it slows down.
I don't see. I think you should. That's a little bit. If it does exceed that, this is something put into. Right.
Wine and liquor.
slow this year, as you can see, right now.
Business has been down for us, but I thought it's still up at the retail stations, but I guess.
I didn't study the distribution points on that, I don't know how often we get quarterly claim, I don't know. That is, I wrote that as a note for myself to know that.
And is that statewide or is that
Yeah.
county to county?
I used to know the pattern was passed.
Exactly.
And then how do they
If it's
distribute?
only gonna end up being 400,000 this year.
Well, I have in this spreadsheet, Steve, we can take it back, clear back to 17. So the wine and liquor was 216, 168, 481, 592, 615, 627, and we budgeted 600. But it may not distribute, I don't know the pattern. It was on my list, I didn't get it for you.
So there might be a couple quarters out there that we haven't done.
There's no way it fell on his face.
That's what I said.
I helped it out.
Yeah, I'm just curious how they decide who gets how much too, if it's a statewide thing.
It's all part of that, you as a person buying it from the state, all part of that.
Right, but how do they decide which county to get?
I gotta imagine it's population. That's a free and equal.
Almost gotta be as the.
Don't you get that
Is
from
it-
where
is
the
it
places
collected?
you buy?
Collected
Does
at
it
the
come
liquor
from where you
stores.
buy?
Doesn't it just come in that we get it back from the liquor stores that are in Berkeley County?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, they used to, what was the
Yeah.
one that the city?
Dome.
Yeah, Penn Liquor. Did
Yeah,
they
Penn
change
Liquor
that?
used to- it used to
Yeah,
be
we
in the
used to
city
get it,
limits.
then they moved it.
They moved it out, yeah.
Yeah.
They have an
additional excise tax.
City does.
The money goes.
Come back, you were all 55?
No, I think it's based on your sales.
From your specific county.
Yeah,
From your specific county stores.
Yeah, because if I'm not mistaken, it just did, it choked it in a little bit.
We have Captain Research back behind us. We'll have the answer in a couple minutes, I promise.
Hotel tax?
I put a question beside that one.
We're at 600.
The wine and liquor is what you just, it's, again, it hasn't been below 600,000 in 4 budget cycles. Was one.
Maybe they're behind on cutting the paint.
Huh?
Maybe they're behind on cutting the paint.
Maybe. 481 back in 1920, Steve, with the 592, 27.
Because just a year or two ago, they upped the tax.
That's what Eddie was just talking about. They make a change and the county didn't know it, and we imagine.
A little bit of windfall.
So I can reduce it if you're uncomfortable with it.
That,
How we receive it.
yeah, I mean, not so much how we receive it, if we do something to come in, I can know what's coming here with it. I don't want to call it a quarter because they're not paying it in quarter.
Miller and Ross were the no's, and as soon as the vote was over, Miller said he pressed the wrong button.
Miller George? That's got to be
Miller
George.
and Ross.
There you go. If George, no, I'll kill him. I'm on the air, but.
Lights are still off, Ben. Lights are off.
Don't do that.
But somebody just went to prison for that, for threatening.
Yeah. Voted yes for it out of committee.
What's the wrong button?
Oopsie. So you want to leave wine and liquor at 6?
Y'all okay with leaving it at 6, or you want to
Because
reduce
maybe
it?
there's a payment due right now.
I'm sure there is.
And it will put us over to 58% where it should be.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just a little week,
I just
weeks
got a
late.
question mark beside it. I'm gonna keep a question mark on it.
Let me call the tax office, Gary, and they can tell me how often it comes in.
Fiscal year we run on.
Sherry, I'll be quicker for you.
Sure.
If you ask Sherry on the receipts for account 308, ask her how often did she see it historically, like last year, what the distribution was like.
Sure.
300.
Summer
Right,
asked if
but
you were all
that's-
here, so
And that's at the halfway point.
Summer asked if you were all here, so she won't text you personally. She know where the text on, so those are sitting right here. even though it's not signed yet.
But yeah, what I'm saying is, have another extra 50.
Hi, how are you?
Close to half.
We are good. We're doing budget. Gary would like to know, can you tell us how often the wine and liquor tax comes into the accounts?
How often she sees it?
How often do you see it? Is it like quarterly?
Like
Is it?
last year. Now look at last year.
Look at last year's, if you would, please.
While she's looking that up, we'll tag it.
Yeah, we're just going.
Hotel, motel.
Yeah, we're at 110, 1 million thousand expected. Currently at 650, 706.
It's an so I just trimmed
You
it
do it
across
our
the
last
last
one.
few budget cycles. That's a guess, but it doesn't matter. Right now, you're giving half to CBD, half to CBD, half to recreation. Whatever that revenue becomes, we distribute it quarterly. So when it comes in, take half of what it.
That's
I didn't get one then.
That's correct. Pilot.
synthetic fuel. We're not. Federal grants.
Both federal and state grants are the numbers that Elizabeth validated for me that she knows we will receive. Everywhere from DRC monies, anything that you've committed to and signed, those two numbers is what you're expected to get.
We're projecting 100,000.
We're going to expenses that same amounts.
Yes.
Anyway, so it doesn't.
Oh,
go
pass
down.
through. It is.
It's like the.
State grants.
Historically, what we do has been done forever. Bring those three down at the bottom, you'll see refunds and reimbursements as well.
Oh, okay, so that
They're
is
coming,
coming.
but,
County clerk's earnings. No. My memory on.
these are all
Stamps.
fees, copy fees,
Okay.
any fee,
Okay.
all three of those
Moving on.
are all fee relative coming out of their offices that don't have hooks on anything outside of the county. The county clerk, this has nothing to do with the district or property transfer. It's all sheriff has nothing to do with the state or anything with the circuit. Any fee that's a local charge, they do it.
Budgeting 300. Like the 200.
Reduce that a little bit because my guess is we aren't going to make the 400. Get 58 point.
So if all that money doesn't get spent by them, paying their.
This is not their money. Nobody spends this money but you. This is all money you collect, and when we go over to the expense side, you're going to cover you.
Okay,
They don't
so
have access to
there's
this money.
no restrictions on how we.
None of this. This is all your money.
Okay.
Minus hotel, motel. Right, which restrictions.
Record clerk's earnings, this year. 1,000 almost 100. 66. Budgeting 150,000.
I left it alone. It's nominal. I mean, you obviously could bump it up a little bit.
That's right on the schedule. 1/3 of the year left, and I got 1/3 of the funds.
Rents and concessions.
So these are the rents that you charge on the outside to the 911 center, center, so on and so forth. You'll notice that it's $300,000 less. Well, no, you heard Mr. Rodriguez say that, listen, 911 fee struggling. They owe us current fiscal year. Barely make payroll and then on nominal expenses. Hey, I reduced this, assuming that would give some relief to the fee itself, give them a little breather, that money over there. Last time that was cut, Alan took it last spring. There's no way in the world I can take that money. They could do it.
If you don't, is that going to be enough to get them through?
Yeah, could you?
I believe it will.
Yeah, could you please?
So you're
Appreciate it.
going to see
Okay,
when we
thanks.
get over to the expense side, so not only am I recommending you reducing their payment, but I'm also recommending you give them another 300 on top of the 300. Actually, that's $600,000. I'm proposing.
Got that budget down.
I'll identify when we get there. So that what I guess, long story short, that puts you in a position to not have to go to the public to raise another one. Anybody have any answers?
Well, she said the last payment we got, become quarterly, was in August. As of last year, we should have got one in November, December, and we did not. So she's checking with the tax office just to make sure it didn't get put into a wrong account, but she's not seeing it. Yeah.
So it's only paid us once.
Sounds like Anthony knows what it is too. Go ahead.
So yeah, there's some stuff on the treasurer's website about what the this sales there are tax on, not the.
Those are additional 15% on top of that. That's not your sales tax when you buy wine or beer.
Yes.
So
That's and mile outside of the city. So for here, October 1st, 31st, Berkeley County, 151,570. So I think that's different.
Since that might have been August.
It's about that.
About 150 plus a quarter.
Probably.
We're missing something.
Yeah.
We're missing 3/4.
No, 2 quarters. We're got COVID running. We're fine.
Yeah, she's checking, Sherry's checking it.
So does the rents make, I mean, anybody want to change that?
We had that changed. That changed, that legislation was changed.
Yeah, because they were mad because it came to us now.
We
still try to change too.
And we made them stay within the city limits. Right. Not in the city
That mile
limits.
thing got eliminated.
might be hurting you too, not buying something.
Turn that mic on. What do you say?
Hey, mark that
One of
down.
the largest buyers in the county.
Mark that down.
I thought you was
They
bringing
didn't
that
work
stuff
well
up.
with us.
Hey, you sure you're not smuggling that stuff in from Jamaica?
All right. Franchises. This is our Comcast.
That is Comcast, that's your cable franchise fee.
All right.
159 is from April 1 of 2020.
Now, this is raising a question. Eddie and I we all got a nice email from a constituent complaining about their electric bill. Game in town. This is something for the legislative summit to be looking at. If they're the only game in town, we're gonna charge them a franchise fee.
Utility?
Yeah.
You can't do that.
We're gonna do it just, Comcast.
They're not a utility.
Franchise.
That's a cable franchise.
It's a special
Yeah,
thing.
they're not a
Calm down
utility.
there, Captain Fee of Mine.
Now,
Keep yourself shot.
municipalities can charge an excise tax on utilities. Like
We just want to have more ones.
I'm just,
electric,
Trying to
gas
get all
bill in
you.
the city, they have an excise tax.
I pay more on my
Yeah.
electric bill than this.
Yeah, potentially, that is something.
Lights are brighter.
the feature's more prominent than ours is.
So that is what it is. The 1.1, as you can see, we're trending low. That can be affected by the customer subscriptions. People get mad at Comcast and they drop pick up, so on and so forth. Not to mention low fibers in the area.
Yeah.
Now, they can't provide cable in the county, but they can in the city. Can't provide television service to the county because we only have one franchise agreement. Now, they did approach me and asked if we have an appetite for another franchise agreement. I said, oh, yeah. Love to serve the public.
The Glow Fiber.
Yeah. But they aren't out.
Is that why I can't get it at Mountain Internet?
Sure. Sure. You say limits?
What about Frontier? No, that's in the
Cable,
county.
they can provide television.
But what about internet?
Oh, internet's no problem. This is just TV.
Oh,
This is television.
because they don't offer it out.
Well,
Yeah,
when you're in the county or city,
county.
yeah, they can't. They can't provide you television. out
No,
there.
that's all about television. I'm talking about internet.
Well, maybe they don't have their fiber out there. Could if they wanted to. They can provide you internet if they have service.
They don't have service.
But they can't stop you if I had the internet, so stop me having fires.
Oh,
Internet
correct.
TV.
That's not, yeah.
Yeah.
Those streaming services.
Service,
That's
yeah,
not,
okay.
that's not television. Yes, they literally.
That might be what certain Comcast do. People going to streaming.
Indeed, going streaming. It's a thing.
I dropped my cable.
Mine's $300-some a month.
He spends all that money on green drinking.
TV is what.
So 1.1, I left it just where it is this year.
Inspection fees.
Well, let's first make sure it's not.
Yeah, they're checking,
accounted
checking the
incorrectly
tax
here
office.
downstairs.
They're looking for it.
Inspection fees. That what we're
Yep,
next?
inspection fees. You know what those are? That's engineering.
All engineering.
Yep. Budgeted 1.2, and you're at 825,979, you're 65% to date. I actually lowered it. Yeah. Because we should. That's correct. What?
But it's gonna probably keep trending down a little
Should be 58.3. These numbers are from January 30th, Steve. Not February 29th.
Oh,
Should be at 58.3.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. I think I did that only because as I talked to Brian, and honestly, with CMC coming on, they're probably going to be healthy. I could easily put it back up to 1280. I dropped it 100,000. I could round it up to 1.5.
That's what I meant to ask in the meeting.
It'll be a chunk of those.
Steady of inspections.
It will be.
That
If
other
we
group comes in.
renegotiate a set plan like we did with Steve, it'll be a bunch of money.
Yeah.
So that could, I mean, if you want to throw a couple 100,000 right there, that'll add to the bottom line. Or we can remember that we did that here, and as you get to your expenses, if we go identify a couple hundred more, no problem not to identify. Want to come? Don't have it in it. You'll have later. But we can remember as you go through this, when we're done, if you're like, man, if we had an extra 200 grand, hold on, we go fudge that number.
So we'll use that as a thing. Taking it in. I like that.
Analytics.
Oh, well, that's fine.
Now, how about since I identified the other stuff?
You got a lamp over? Everybody got a lamp over. There's no lamp. Like, I heard a lamp in his office.
Y'all understand what these IRP fees are for an interstate regulatory plan? I mean, I can give you.
So this revenue is generated from a fee accessed by the Department of Motor Vehicles or interstate trucks. The fee is distributed monthly to the county sheriff, public utility tax by the state auditors, county collection division. You can say exactly what that means.
Well, exactly means is that for every truck that runs up and down I-81, have to pay a
Can't see it.
supplement.
Can you see the screen now?
Barely.
Will you prefer brighter or?
I'm gonna have Jay bring that his little lamp thing that goes.
Oh, he needs to see this.
You want it this like this? You want it like that?
No.
Like that?
You go back and ask Chad if he'll bring over like his little pole lamp into the chamber, so put it in the corner for Steve so he can see his paper.
Oh, the only thing this is.
He can bring a
all
pole
the
lamp
trucks
in this
running
office
up and
over
down
in the
interstate
chamber
do
for
files
Steve.
for their fuel. They used to be
Okay,
called bingo
thanks.
cards. This
Okay,
is the trucks that are out of state. They have to send in the information, how many times they pass up and down our 26 on the interstate. They have to pay. If they do not buy fuel in the state of West Virginia, they have to pay the state of West Virginia that way because of it.
He's gonna bring his one first.
So that's what that is. And I'm surprised. I thought it'd be more than that.
It's coming in.
You're looking at 80,000, 90,000 vehicles a day.
Oh, there's a plug right there.
Well, that's cars too. So, okay. A lot more trucks. All righty, we have keep it at 45. Mail fees.
So those were miskeyed on the revenue sheet of finance, and they've since fixed them. We're at 162,000. That's the it's essentially the return on efforts that we pay. They have it accounted for. They didn't have time to fix it, so I left it alone.
351. Fines, fees, and court costs. Doug always mentioned on this one that there is how many, couple $1 million sitting over there that circuit clerk has not been able to collect. A lot. It's just crazy. Uncollectible fines, uncollectible fees that you or I get pulled over, pay a fine. What cost us? A lot of them.
Most of that wouldn't come to the county anyway.
Well,
It's just there.
it's there.
I wanted to say to Mr. Rodriguez this morning, he said, "If you got a ticket, maybe, how many line items are on that ticket?
Well, I know.
Other than the court,
In Maryland,
the
you get a
fine?"
speeding ticket is $50. Over here, you get is $220.
Exactly.
Like it's,
We're not gonna talk about anybody in this group that drives fast.
I don't know.
Just saying.
I'm almost 2 years clear.
That's all
About
right.
time to get 3 in a row.
I'm good at 1 in a row.
You budgeted 50,
Yeah.
collected 36, I left it at 50. Such little numbers, I mean, it's gonna be bigger, but
362, jail fees, state reimbursement.
that's I misspoke earlier. This is the one I should have said to you, we've received 162,000. Accounted for incorrectly, so I left it at 160. That will be fixed on the later. That money is here, finance, tax office received it in the wrong revenue account, tax or the finance accounted for it in the budget wrong, but it's here, 162.
So question then, is there a chance that one of these
Hello?
lines is wrong because of the liquor money?
Not usually HD. This was a, they were just literally keying the wrong.
Oh,
So
okay.
on the liquor money, either the tax office keyed it in the wrong, it could be. They'll find it, it won't take long. They're looking. So they could very well be receiving it in the wrong place. It's probably in here.
But would it would reflect on one of these lines, and the line
Yes.
wouldn't be as high as we paid it.
Okay.
Correct.
Or higher.
Or higher. Either way, they'll find it. We didn't inflate the number we were looking at, so it could be a wash.
All right, jail fee on accounts.
Uh-huh.
We just talked about this morning.
Yeah.
We're
So
68.
You're riding real heavy. If you'll recall, you had 23 million of ARPA.
Perfect. Thank
Your
you.
cash was heavy because of the CARES.
And that's
Act
three
reimbursement.
of them?
You received $3.6 million of opioid money, and you've got $7 million in your savings
Perfect.
account.
Thank
rainy day
you.
fund. So you collect
All right.
quite a bit of interest, but you're just about to liquidate all of your 26 ARPA money. You just took 1.8 of the 3.6 opioid money. So I left it at 50. I mean, interest alone on the rainy day, who's in office?
20-some thousand.
20,000 a month, 20,000 a month.
That's about 2.5.
So,
Sound right?
yeah. So that could easily go up to 100. I wouldn't tell you to go any higher.
Let's say if we did a loan, the most I would take it to would be 25,000.
But it's still in the rainy day, we're not tapping that. It's gonna be pretty steady.
You have to add it there to uncover.
Well, that's,
Gary called Gary. That we did get two, we got 3 checks total. They put them in the wrong account. So she's got to move them. So you have a total.
Gotten all 3 pennies?
How much have you
Yeah, the
got?
last one you got was January 23rd, the totaling $468,868.60.
Your budget number up there that we have budgeted is
What account did it get put in?
They went into refunds and reimbursements instead of wine and liquor, so she's got to move them.
so you're gonna make it. Not 27, you're a couple percent.
Refunds and reimbursements is
That's not the bank state, that's the bank statement. He's going on something different, so.
So the reason, we'll talk about that when we get there. I'll explain that to you.
Well, we talked about it the other day. I'm just saying that's where it's at. That number isn't quite where it's at. I'll find a lot, because that's a huge number.
Correct. Where we at, Jim? I jumped to interest.
Interest, yeah, we're at interest on account.
Yep. We budgeted 50, you're at 266. I budgeted 50.
For this year?
I left it at 50.
Yeah,
It's going to be more than that.
That's our land purchase. What we bought the land up in with.
Usually, I took it out on a rainy day, but
Yeah, there was the interest that we earned it. We paid it.
Raise it?
Flexibility. I'll tell you, Gary's been very conservative. So let's say this, if we get to the people we're trying to allocate money, profits and all, get another 50,000 and go back there and adjust that. You know what I'm saying? So wait and see if we need it or not. That sound fair?
to Eddie's point, county council, when they actually that 15 pay raise, it was vocally spoke in open, this year would be tight, the one we're functioning in right now. Folks, it's tight.
Yeah.
So Eddie's statement just keeps reins on, keeps tight, see what happens. I would hope you would go that way.
I agree. Gotta be conservative.
Plus, remember, I didn't touch it, it's $1,300.
Way over.
Well, I left it, I moved it to 0. So I don't know where the 1390 came from. Sheriff's Commission is the.
Where does that money come from?
Sheriff's Commission?
It's out of the taxes, right? So instead of getting put into tax collection, they're 15,000.
It's said in statute that he gets 15,000 for doing it. Where the money comes from is irrelevant. It just this isn't. You have to have the revenue for it to spend it. Is why there's no special tag on the tax.
Doesn't he have to have so much of the tax
He does.
collected
He does.
before
He's
he's
got
eligible?
requirements to earn that.
He does. And Harmon took it. Harmon got the 50.
This year.
Oh yeah, he got it for you now. Probably not think so.
Missions. Gaming income. See how you're.
So
Something
370.
that Clippers is doing.
370 is state allocation to county. And other one, video lottery, is this account is used to report the revenue generated from racetracks and gambling. So 370 is table games, greenbrier. Gaming income, comma, table games, and greenbrier. So 370. 50%. I left it at $35,000. We don't get anything. It says gaming income, comma, table games, and greenbrier. So I'm assuming yes or you do. All 3.
Yeah, I was going to say, you look at this on almost full severance. Yeah. You got, we don't have it, but we do.
I guess just
Stowe County does too. There's all Shepherdstown, Harper's Ferry.
This one,
Video
is
lottery.
video lottery, and this account is used to report the revenue generated from racetrack and gambling machines. So this one. So high.
Yeah, a little slow period before Christmas.
See, it trended up, it's trending up.
I don't know where the people get their money, but that's it. I mean, my place.
Oh, yours.
So you've seen that anywhere from, going back 5 years, 380, 393, 298, 416, 511, 452, budgeted 400 last year.
511 during COVID, imagine all that free money.
They're investing it.
And reinvested that free,
Reinvesting it.
that stimulus money in the slot machine.
Wednesday, the lottery.
Alrighty.
So that's another one if you wanted to think about as you move forward, if you need to come back over, need a little bit, you could get 500,000, but you could get 550,000.
I like that one.
Thank you.
There we go.
Sorry to pain you.
Yeah, the planning commission revenue. All the fees collected.
Thank you.
So on the planning commission side, just for purposes of historic numbers, 196, 252, 350, 416, 376, 228, the budget is 200. It was
That's it. From the rent goes be a good twin side.
You know you're gonna be high there with all the growth there.
It stays consistent.
I think Plum
It's
Works.
not- I don't think it'll go crazy.
Yeah, I would rather leave it.
I'm not
up-
saying
leave it
change it,
alone.
I'm just saying, you know, it's gonna stay steady.
Sale of material.
I
That's
was
nothing.
plugged
That's
in.
nothing.
Plug it
Yeah.
plug it up here.
We
Come
don't
here, Joe.
use
Plug it up.
either one of the next three.
I was gonna say, what
Still won't come?
charges to the other
Oh,
entities?
that's not very long.
That is.
Plug to the plug.
No,
Plug
that's
to the lane.
family court.
Oh, okay.
Plug to the lane. Is that the
Refunds
lane?
and reimbursements.
There you go. So refunds and
Also, there's a
reimbursements
plug.
is the
Oh, yeah,
catch-all
the plug lane.
that is in here that gets anything that comes
Plug
in
lane.
that puts you in a position to bring money in that's been billed out.
There we go.
All
All right,
of,
now we're
so
cooking.
Tim bills
Thanks,
the
Joy.
HR,
Thank you. So
Tim bills
Medicaid.
Medicaid, all of that
Now we
kind of
gotcha.
stuff. And you saw it. So that number, now, let's talk just a little bit more about this. Today, you executed the option to take half of the opioid reimbursement. What I did here, because that opioid money is also qualified to use for the debt service support center. So I left this at 3.25 because I can stand behind that number, and I added $740,000 for all, another transaction like you did today. We could do another one prior to December of the next calendar year, pay the debt service for the day report center. That has $740,000 of opioid money right there. Assuming we'll bill it and take it.
Back to our general.
Back to our general fund. It's a fully qualified transaction, so if it is your intent to use that opioid money to satisfy the debt service on the DRC, that lets us reach over and grab $740,000 every year for that.
It still leaves over $1 million in that.
It will.
All that fund.
So we could do it again the next fiscal year and still have about $400,000. By then, we probably will have another payment. So maybe we'll see the payments trickle in enough, Steve, where you may be able to use that revenue to pay that debt service till it's gone. We're slated to see anywhere between 9 and 13 million. So
That payment is 700.
740
740.
pennies, 740, 738, somewhere in there.
What was the total cost on it?
$10 million.
Also on day reports.
9 million.
They were pushing it? 10 million.
I couldn't remember that million.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I'm sorry. 10 million. We borrowed $10 million.
$10 million.
$10 million. I'm sorry.
Revenue drain. $740,000 a year payment.
Okay, and that changes. I plugged 740 in here. When the actual coupon comes for the draw, we'll just take that exact amount. So if it's 737.55, that's what it would be, but I rounded to 740.
That account number is a little wrong. Like 14.
Yeah, that's right. It could be down, but we'll still get 3. So this number right here, with all of this construction project, all of these construction projects going on, me, with your authorization, moving money from the ARPA fund account into general county, that's why you see, you'll look back at the previous fiscal year, go back again, you can clearly see where CARES and ARPA came in way around here. We just went through the roof on these reimbursements. Bringing it back down, if this project truly does finish on time like it's supposed to, the only thing that's going to be left in the ARPA account will be about 4.2 million, and $1.6 million of that is dedicated to water. The rest is dedicated to the project. Are all 100% complete. So that's where I get the 339.90.
No, that doesn't include the quality of life fund.
No,
That does not include that.
but all by itself. So
What's the name of that fund? What's it called?
on the books,
Yeah.
it's, I can bring up these papers to you. I'll tell you in a minute. I'll call ARPA. American Recovery Plan, American Recovery something. It's ARPA, but it's spelled out American Recovery Act.
But all that money will be going there.
That's all of it. It has to be committed by end of 26, 20. No, I think it's committed by end of 25 and spent by 7. Billion. The commission talked about that. We didn't work through the efforts with Alan. Left absolutely no money in there for that fiber. So $1 million that you owe to match Frontier 6 to match the state's 8 have to be having. There's $1.8 million in there right now. There was never, ever, ever. I looked at every spreadsheet. I can go get you the red binder that Alan had. It does not mention fiber optic project.
Will that be due at the end of their project?
50 at the beginning, 50 at the end.
We haven't paid anything yet.
Because they haven't started. There's no thing. In a hurry.
We owe that $1 million.
You do.
Yeah.
So, is everybody okay with me plugging in that opioid 740 right there?
Yeah, I'm good with that. I mean, even.
Oh, it's not in there already?
It is in that 3990. Yes,
It
sir.
is, yeah.
It's this 3,250,000 HD.
Yes.
And if you add 740 to it, you get 3990. 3,990. It's there. And then magistrate court, you know what that is? It is 75,000. That's what they give you for the Taj Mahal. And then the only last income item to discuss is payroll reimbursement. So Fund 19A, Fund 56, that's the assessor's valuation, and that's 91. When we run payroll, expenses payable, not paychecks, but expenses, all agencies, all that stuff. It all flows out of general county because it goes in one hand. Those two funds, paychecks. That's what that is. So that number probably easily could be increased to 500,000. Because we're 431 at 58%. And we all know that the expenses on the valuation fund and the 911 fee aren't going down. Plenty of people off front reduce. So you absolutely positively could increase. I wouldn't for now. I mean, since you started accounting that correctly 2 budget cycles ago, it was 565, then it was 431, then it will be, I'd say, at least 550. So if you like those revenues, you have $50,559,496 to jump over to this. Thousand, right? Thousand. All these outside agencies. Once you start, you do down through your outside agencies, you start adjusting their portion of it. There's none in my presentation on the expense side. There's zero in expense. Anybody comes in and says, "Hey, I need $1,000," no, none.
Why not? There's a ton of money.
You know, this other side, as we work through there, as you work through there, remember that we've got to somehow get money in something, even if it's $100,000. Something.
About the American Rescue Plan.
American Rescue. That's what. So if you like that, I really would like them in front of the mic and the camera. That is the end. Motion. So at the end, we'll go back up on the bench and you guys can make a motion. So to end the process of reversing the rollback. Setting a hearing. Setting a hearing. You're going to need a motion. That up on the you need a motion to set a public hearing. I would be creative with a word like reverse the efforts of the antiquated rollback process and levy rate what it is. Once this thing hits the paper, you're going to be crucified. It clearly says, notice of proposed tax increase. Have to publish this thing. You have a choice. It calls it a tax increase. It's not. You're reversing the stupid rollback. You aren't raising anything.
But they would normally be.
If you'd have done it last year, you'd have 837,000 more today. With this, you'll have 1,000,009 today. You can fight the rollback. You guys have to take it to chance to do it. Go public hearings and say, everybody, you're raising taxes.
So you're making a motion to reverse the state's mandatory rollback tax?
Reverse the effects of the rollback.
Reversing.
And leave the levy rate at its current 13. What do you think of that? Leave it alone and move on. And I said it to you before, but I'll say it again. If you raised it to its maximum, if you took it to 1358, only net you another 410,000. Then you truly are raising that. So say we're leaving it at 13.39. 13.
We have to do that every year to get up to the
Correct. If you go through this, I mean, if you adopt the philosophy that we're a growth county and they're not going to help us with the rollback, you have this public hearing every year and forget it. Fight the rollback. You have to be the bad guys.
We go to 58 and honor what they're making us say we're doing. Pay these outside agencies.
Well, you did that one year and you promised a deputy and a prosecutor and if I'm not mistaken, maybe or whatever it was. You did that. This body did that, but they allocated every penny to it. Penny of it to public safety. I can tell you right now. I don't think I would go to the max. What it means. I mean, why are we strangling ourselves? Right. And we're going to save every homeowner out there probably 10, 15 bucks.
They're getting it back on the personal now.
Anthony's got a defense statement there. That's getting real. Yeah. It makes sense. I mean, what it went up, you're going to get proportionally more than that from your first property.
But if we went to the max
as a taxpayer.
Next year.
we can help finance all these outside agencies. That's about what we need. 501,000.
We can come back. I mean, we can start with $50,559,496 and work down through and see what happens. So click on the spreadsheet. What you want to do? It was switching over to this. Take a break.
Take a break.
On, sir.
Okay. Back in for budget workshop. Everybody can hear me. Yes. The revenues on for expenditures. Correct. Ready to the county clerks or county clerk? One of those names, isn't it?
It is.
Okay.
Getting an idea with it every day.
Right.
So 23, 24, we were.
Remember, I'm a deputy county administrator. I was funded out of 4.8. I moved that money from 4.8 to 4.1 this morning. But that request is an additional $29,823. The operating request additional there. So it's $2,021,021.
That county clerk.
By 180 changes to that number.
That includes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
County clerk.
County
About
clerk
1,000.
asked for $5,500 additional in operating expense. What is it? There. That's not 50 was added. So his payroll, Eddie, look at prior year 997, you see it went to 898, 303. Yep. Yeah. Very happy and satisfied with where he's at. Anybody want any changes to the clerk?
So he's getting what he asked for.
Everybody's getting what they asked for except for the person.
That is, there are absolutely positive no personnel increases in any of these numbers.
Circuit clerk, Chris.
Did ask, which isn't in there, did ask for 2 new clerks.
You add these to the personnel operating.
$1,250,000. That is no increased operating, no additional. Did not ask for operating, but she did ask for.
Sheriff's tax office. 821, 890.
Sheriff tax office, they asked for $1,855 overtime and $100 in additional operating. Does that number includes the additional operating? Not.
Prosecuting attorney.
Are you okay with that one? Yes.
Yes, sir.
I was talking about, I was
I'm
still up
sorry.
on tax office, now I'm the prosecutor. So the prosecutor actually reduced her operating expense by $1,050, and she did not ask for any. Are you okay with Katie's reduced budget?
No. Assessor.
So the assessor didn't ask for anything, and I promise you, after 4 hours of my life, Larry, the assessor, and the county commissioner are on the same page with regard to his person. He was good. Good say he was.
Statewide computer network.
So that, as you know, is the communication lines that we pay for out of our budget to support the connectivity to data center, data processing in Charleston for the assessor's efforts. Locked in and mandatory. That would be about a $500,000 number and Berkeley County personally.
Really?
The state tried to roll this in.
That was going to be my next question was.
It would be $500,000.
Sheriff's tax processing. $122,000.
Sheriff's tax processing, he left that, hold on, hold on, yep, he left it flat and didn't ask for anything. That is 100% operating with no.
This year. 287, 493.
Bill asked for $1,000 in additional.
That was. That's okay. Agricultural agent?
Does everybody want to fund fiduciary?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Where he asked for? Sure.
Agricultural agent.
Flat. They made a request. Nope, that's flat, no additional.
Withrow?
That's Withrow. That's, you have 2 Berkeley County admin employees that work here plus some nominal expense.
County clerk elections.
That whole space and no extra charges for any cost. We renovated that whole space at no cost.
Okay, y'all good with that then? 128, 290. County clerk elections, 788, 552.
Asked for no additional staffing, but did ask for $6,500 worth of additional operating expense.
That have a
That's a lease.
A lease.
For out of IT.
Okay.
All already rolled in.
It's the agricultural agent, not listed under outside agency, house them in there.
Have our employees in the belong.
Those are our employees.
They're our birth name. They submit. They follow your policies.
Why is that?
Why it's weird. It is
Strange relationship.
well, if you want to cripple them, shut them down.
That's
I just needed to clear it in my mind.
They're actually Berkeley County Commission employees.
county clerk elections, 788, 552.
That's just to cover the general election and
The entire budget for the cycle, it's in there, you need to roll over. So he won't spend actual money for the entire election, even though it's budgeted. All he's trying to play tricks around with it. Never really take it out. There, that's part of your income balance next it is.
election.
It is. But it's, get it back.
He has the money in place this year.
That same.
How much comes back?
From the contract, and he's got. Oh, really? Correct. We typically leave that alone. We do. Knowing that you're gonna get it. It's so earmarked. There's no way to get around it. So he has $190,000 HD, he spent $4,500. But he'll hit that pretty good come May, and then the rest will lay, and then you'll hit it the following November, and then the rest will lay, because we'll have an election the following May, and then here you'll see.
But we'll mean poll workers now are going to.
That number accounts for
all
that.
that's in there.
We did that, they did that last election.
Right, okay. But we'll need that residual come to August.
Yes, every time you think of, we talk about this and you know there's baked in leftover, remember, you need about $2 million just to pay payroll for a month or so. So if you end up at the end of the year without that cash left over, the only way to survive is to go to your savings account, put it in your operating account, collect it, and put it back in the board.
Hard to
Don't
put back.
like that. It goes back, when the accountants, when they do your bond service and they look at you the way you're functional, you get dinged for that.
Okay. Of course, our manager, $5,000. Circuit clerk security,
court marshals, Mr. Lang might put. He asked for nothing other than staffing, of which, so that is a flat request. 1,771,172. You'll notice that a little different from the prior year. When I say they're flat, it's because I make modifications, allocations, PERS, overtime.
Say, what is it? Almost
1.7.
That's what the year before was 2 million.
Well, I moved Steve Bowe back to facilities and Tim Hawkins to RC, so their salaries went down. We'll see those.
Those transportation people are not in that
They are
figure.
not in there.
Custodial building maintenance. 1,065,800.
Back land. Job and not asking.
So his budget does include custodial.
He is the custodial manager on paper. They're budgeted under 420.
On paper, but Mike's the one in charge of it.
We'll fix that. That's a flat request.
Courthouse. I'm sorry, civil service. Civil service, it's $750.
Drop that from. Tried to coach him out of that, but he didn't. All the action in the civil service environment. The one thing that the Civil Service Commission isn't doing is they aren't leveraging the legal services like they could and should. I have to tell Tony we went on our own and let the Civil Service Commission. They're being good right now.
Yeah, and they'll come to me if there's something.
Somebody
We're not representing the
Contract services. Okay. Have courthouse. $1,756,000.
West was. West was. $1,800,000. I already deleted it. I asked for $386,000 more than that 3 years, $4 million to change. But as I told you, I already took that out. HD and Steve, that's when we talked the other night, I told you I was going to do it. I already reduced it. Out of that number. Budget request, it would have been 4.1. I can tell you. I asked for.
This is the judicial center, right?
It would have been,
No.
it would have been 4142.
I'm going to read to you exactly what was on paper. This is like your.
All of
the insurance. That's $4,142,000, like HD said. That was the ask because the fees from the city for stormwater, they're trending up about 100,000. We're going to have a rate increase in our insurance.
But it should be offset by the.
Why this doesn't stress me?
I don't want to add a term, but we'll get a. I'm not sure, but however, we'll get a. Going to be billed for it, we'll pay it.
All right, I'm still confused. The courthouse is what buildings?
It is, it's
All
called
the
the courthouse account, Steve. It's not a building. It is under the chart of accounts in West Virginia. It's called the courthouse account. Because we only used to ever have, all counties had one building. It was the courthouse. This is the bill, this is the money that's used to take care of anything on the grounds, broken, that pays for gasoline for everybody, pays all of our gas, electric, water bills.
All buildings.
All buildings we have.
That we have.
All 13.
Berkeley houses.
Houses. Well, if you know, our chart of accounts is however old it is. And you think back in the beginning, the courthouse was where everybody worked.
We all good with that? 37,756,000.
Other buildings.
Buildings.
Other buildings, that is debt service. That's just debt service, just debt service.
And
So
that
full
that includes the 700 some thousand for the day report.
This is the expense side of that.
So it's $4.5 million a year basically, our debt service.
4.8.
4.8.
So full disclosure is probably 4.6 and change. I rounded up only because we aren't in full control of that. That does move. I'd rather be 175 high than have to come to you and say, hey, I don't have 100. Beauty to that is it just rolls over. So it's added very, very little.
Data processing, IT department.
So at IT, I asked for an additional 45,000. We have combating viruses, mail. Our costs are increasing so fast. Hard to stay in control. Told you, you all know, we try and stay at the very cutting edge of what's effective and efficient. Not believing that we're protecting this. I'm telling you, it is.
What's the alternative?
It has to shut. And even though I'm not up there day to day, I have weekly meetings that I'm involved with. Chase is there day, but these kinds of things, self, I'm ready, but I'm telling you, we're very safe, safe as we're going to be. It's been twice that.
Region 9.
Those are 87,895 to region.
114.
Have no choice. Nope.
Museum commission. 149,200.
We want to think about it. Tendency to see what we're wanting. Is that what they requested?
That's what they requested, but they didn't.
Backward. Good with me, for your purpose, I would make that 0. And all of these that you know, you're going to do something here real quick. Or 50, 25, whatever you think you want to do, plug it right now to put a placeholder in it.
And you add that to the 50.
Well, it's working. If you look at the top right here, this
Before
is
we
how
do
much
anything
left.
with this all these next things, we got $50,000 in play with.
Yeah,
What
so
we got.
if you watch
So
these
we
numbers
just-
right here, Steve, when they hit the 0, you lose. They're above each one of your names. So keep chugging. I mean, discuss what you want to fund it there. We'll have to revisit it. Not enough here.
I would just say, when whatever drawing's gonna cost, at what time the drawings come in contingency, but I don't know what that number's gonna be.
We're not even sure what's going to be.
Well, that's what I'm saying, like, but I'm just saying, we could say, when the time comes and we figure out the building, we're gonna pay for drawings. I don't know where we're gonna come up with that from.
So,
I'm taking the 0 for right now. What I'm saying, let me ask you a question real quick. So starting with this museum thing, here on down, you leave everything exactly what's on here, that's $50,000.
That's a fair and accurate statement.
So I need to know.
No, Steve, not
That would be in a whole
no,
other-
mandatory from there on down. You've got a lot of other stuff that's mandatory, not just outside agencies. You have to do enough to do 50,507.
55,9.
Right.
5,9. $1,200.
That's the number.
That includes the ones that are all
Yes. Yes.
So if we would leave that in, it was, now we're 100,000 in the hole.
Correct, correct. Gotta go to zero. Mr. Weaver, President Weaver, do you wanna go down through on your list, the ones that aren't outside agency and knock them out so you can, what's
I think that would be better.
Yeah, let's do that. Airport.
Got the museum, Main
Building
Street,
inspection.
Building
airport.
inspections, here we go.
Building inspection will be your next income.
Got $815,296.
That is a request of $1,000 additional. One good with Brian's request? Planning and zoning is flat.
I-46. Law enforcement. Uh,
Let me get that. So the 700 account request is, about $50,000 in additional operating costs, asked for 5 new deputies, which are not.
That's for a whole million, almost a whole million more.
Well, and I added those after the right HD because he just asked for the people, but then you have to account for the computers, cars, and the guns.
which figure that's about one.
And that when you count cars.
Cars.
Yeah, it would be 939,663 in total.
There you go.
That's how much additionally asked on top of this number we're looking.
Clearly, it's not. That includes $800,000 worth of salary that was paid, holiday pay, correct? Wasn't really a request from me, but paid right.
Purpose of process.
Sheriff's departments on anyone that doesn't wear a badge falls out of here.
33,354. Wow. Regional jail.
As of today, I just ran. Is we've spent 1.552. We've already reduced it. Remember, that was the very first budget revision I did. I stole $1 million. Put us at $2,250,000. Should be at 58% of it, or 69. Close. Come back to that. If it's short, they'll have to wait until August for the payment. Because it's going to come back real close to that thing. Unless something crazy happens.
They all go with 2,350 then. And the 350.
$2,350,000 on this one.
That, or does that get paid from that?
So you just reimbursed yourself $1.8 million for those expenses. $1.8 million of that opioid money. Reimbursed yourself. We just passed a resolution today that will come into General County and then we will go to the capital account. If we were out of these construction projects, we could be having a whole different conversation. This was stuff that I know is laying there. Till we get this building done and the judicial center and jail for the judge, bond money's got back good on DRC. Not to have fat cash. Contractors out, and they're stop working.
No,
No, but it's going to.
They were expecting 740,000 for payments, we still don't have.
Believe, Anthony, could you only reimburse yourself one time?
Now you can. It says half.
So we in theory could, if you wanted next year, we take the 740 for the DRC debt service, take half of the 235 out of that money too if you wanted. I wouldn't.
We take half of already everything we've got. Get more money.
Take half of that. But it's best now, in my opinion, if you leave it alone and let it service that debt on that building. It'll be enough to make it. You'll never make a debt service payment on that building. That would be a cool statement from that.
Self-supporting, one of the first. Got enough to do one more year's payment. Second floor. And then hopefully, have more than enough to do that service. 2 more years. Oh. That's that much. I said it's only a little over a million.
That's 3.6, we took 1.8 out.
8 out, and you're gonna take 700 some thousand this next year. So you'll have another year after that. Yes, sir. Still have a little bit.
By then, we'll have another distribution.
Hopefully get another payment. I wasn't counting. We'll have it rented out.
Look to working with state parole right now to rent out 3,000 square feet of second floor, and that's about $5. Our debt service covers over 2.
I'll go with the Hilton Regional Jail to 0.35. Home confinement.
Home confinement, Tim asked for, it's flat 701,542.
Okay.
That's all paid by us. There's no grant money involved in that whatsoever. Home confinement. So when we say save $8, got to minus that 700,000 out.
Yeah, but the other flip side of that statement, Steve, is the deferred costs of who would be incarcerated, but on this plan, fraction of what it would cost you there.
Right, that's what it said, saying 7.3, not 8.
Right?
That's still a lot safe.
You don't go with that, home confinement?
Yeah.
701,542. Police Special Deputy for Reserve. This is a flag call. 5,000. With that.
I remember the days after 50, we were buying stuff and acting and working on it.
Okay, we got emergency services.
The fire department, emergency meeting.
2,746,000.
Their ask was for a training officer promotion of dollars. I did not include it. We probably will be able to make that happen with that. Kind of got long.
This includes all 22 state firefighters, plus Billy and his.
Andy, Sean, Candace,
22 state firefighters.
get the half reimbursement.
Casey Center.
So with this one, it was 300. It was a conversation we had a little bit ago. I made it 6. By 6. Giving them. I reduced by 3. I added 3 here. giving 911 $600,000. Truly 600. Okay. It was 600. Animal control. But if I can make one more statement about this 600, if it don't need it, I won't use it. So I'll watch the fund. If the fund's healthy and growing and working, I'll leave this alone. Animal control. Flat. 452. Okay. Let's. Anthony. Central garage. Our fleet's getting newer. Don't pay fuel out of there. Oil is outside. Fine bulk. Eric Burnett just texted me yesterday. He said, I don't need to get out of my lane, but he had some experience with police that bulk bid parts. It's kind of cool. 1,000 parts. Big rotors and tires. I'll talk to him soon. He does, yeah. So that's flat request from. Y'all go with central garage at 350,490. Flood control, Eastern Panhandle. Nope. Children's home. Day report. That's right. $1,025,000. That is $23,287 worth of additional operating expenses. There's also a fee that's paid by the person per day. That's factored in. In Tim's revenues, and remember the
Yes.
2.5 million in disbursements?
Part of that.
That's 600,000 more than last year. 600,000 more than last year.
More?
600,000 more than last year.
Yeah, you added 2 home confinement officers and
You only hired one.
one, there's other, we got a therapist, there's been multiple positions added since.
We improved.
Plus, we moved Tammy Hawkins in there. That money, we just transferred it from 416, which court marshals in today report. Hawkins over there. One. Right there. Islands Eastern. Health Department. That optional? That's mental health is your next. What's our next? Mental health.
No, yeah.
That's
Mental
your
hygiene
transport.
is a transport.
That's 400,000.
Yep. So that number, as you all recall, Steve, I don't know if you were here, but that's when the commission formed the transportation division to stop the deputies from transport. Didn't save any money, it just put more law enforcement people on the ground.
But we thought it was going to save us overtime.
It does, but not proportionate to the cost.
Yeah, maybe 100,000 at the most.
Right.
Plus, we're not losing deputies on the road.
That's right.
Recovery services. No, I'm sorry, there's no hygiene. We'll deal with road 3. Recovery services. 591, 685. Amen.
Litter controls us.
Just material. Supplies. Parks and Rec.
Well, that's your.
Hotel motel tax. Right?
Have to. Even if you flat with hotel motel for Parks and Rec? Yes. They're gonna. That's what they're gonna. That's discretionary.
I think we're gonna make adjustments on them. And the capital improvement fund. That's the general fund allocation, operating budget. He asked for another 90,000.
So those are actual, we'll skip those because you're working on, you want to go down, next one you want to do is library. That's mandatory, you have no choice. Formula right in the budget document, choice.
We do have a choice on the capital improvements.
The only other mandatory left for you, Jim, is the bottom one. The general government, that's
Process. Keep that in the same.
Yes, sir.
Covers enough, right?
Now have $51,830 to distribute.
Okay, what we're gonna do here is gonna put all the outside agencies' name in it. 5 and give them.
Perfect.
That's what I'm saying, this is a reduced form altogether, the yellow ones are mandatory. The yellow ones are what people are asking.
If more, if we go back to this, couple of questions, the line items in.
Total ask for the outside agency. 3 million.
1.01.
Yeah,
1
back
million
up.
10, because the 2 million, 2.9, some of them are mandatory. Yellow ones. So if you take out the yellow ones, it gets you to, or no. Back the yellow ones out of the 2992. Because.
Oh.
No, I thought that too. I'm looking at it wrong. So you just take 2992, 534 and subtract the 3 yellow numbers.
I can tell you that from past experience, very uncomfortable. Landmarks Commission, agency, they have no money to operate on, but they have property that they need to pay insurance on.
Doing it. Why?
How? But I would really look at being on the property landmarks.
Cabin.
We go back over to revenues on the inspections, and you're at 11,280 now. I took it to 1190, 1280. I cut 100,000. You can easily put 100,000 back, or even that could be 1390, 1,390,000. 100,000 right there. And down here on video lottery, that's not 1 year trend. Look at video lottery, and I read it to you earlier. And I'll make this statement, and I want to say one. Video lottery has been 393, 298, 416, 511, 452. Budgeted 400. We're already 76% where we should be. So I budgeted 400. Could make that 450. There's 200, there's a quarter million right there. And to that point, realize we pay these quarterly, money, the revenue's not coming, let them know. Not like you pay these out the first. So if it got real sticky and you had issues.
The only time that we have ever paid full time, full amount, solid waste authority.
So if you want to get a $250,000, we could take inspections up to $1,390,000 and take video lottery up to $250,000.
200,000.
Wouldn't do it, wouldn't, instead of 1,090,000, I don't think you're comfortable.
I don't see any way that drop below where they are this year.
Well, I think we're too commercial development.
Instead of 1,390,000.
And I think we can pick up on one other line item, and that's coal severance and stuff.
So,
because it's gonna hit over $500,000.
not coal severance.
Not
Gas.
coal
Gas.
Okay, I'm sorry, gas and oil.
What I'm talking about. And remember, I have a couple, $300,000 in cash over on the coal severance side. So oil and gas.
I think we can take a chance even.
750.
750,000, over about $1 million this year. In fact, it's gonna exceed $1 million, because we're already at $1 million.
I don't pay any oil and gas industry. Let me know what that industry.
Well, it's not going down. All the gas that's rolling out is going to continue to roll out at the same rate.
Higher now. Fluctuate.
And it's a market. It's market driven. It's not distribution driven.
Don't forget, we still.
So I would prefer if you do this, let's just say we take the 500,000, Steve. Let's compromise the 750.
Let me just back up one more. Right now, for the carryover surplus, it comes in at 3 or 3.0. Contingency or not? So
That's
you
for
need to
capital
have-
projects. Now, I know it's going to come in higher. No, it
Okay,
is.
you already got that.
I didn't spend it, sir. I don't need it.
I know, I said.
So I'm comfortable taking that to 750. I'm comfortable modifying the other two. So that gives you 51,044, 496. Plug that number in there. You take that to 750.
Engineering, you're gonna add engineering 200,000 to 1,390.
I'll take you back. So that, then you now have 536, 830 left over. Numbers. I'll walk you back through the changes. I just.
8,000 to 450. This is $500,000.
So I took inspection fees to 1.4. I took oil and gas
750.
750. I took
Video lottery
to 425.
425, not 150.
Now over on the expense side, you have $536,830. 536, 536,830. And if you want.
No, what did it take our total number to, Bob?
The total revenue is
51.
$5,000,000. 51,044,496.
Did it again, 51.
1,044,496.
So then it takes that 50,000 or whatever.
That leaves us 144,127 short of all requests.
So before you do anything, let me ask if anybody has heartburn with plugging contingency at a minimum of 100,000. Why not just, of all that, you've got 36,830 left over right now. How about you take 100,000 of that and instantly throw it in contingency?
That's fine. Then that puts you.
What's that leave then for the
That leaves you
outside agencies?
Leaves you
244,127 short.
436,830.
436,
830.
830.
We'll adjust as we go down through here. Number we'll take that.
I was just doing it backwards. Basically, if we
So
can
we
deduct
gotta take HDs, what you're saying, we gotta take 244,000
off of these
off of
requests.
this page.
If we can remove 244,127 off of these requests,
Mr. President, you can start at the top. That easy request that you actually do. I can give you an average.
All they ask is 149.
how much the drawings cost? About 35, 40.
Oh, that's drawings for.
For the museum, so when we decide what building's going to be.
Conceptual
Sell the damn
drawings.
thing. Right, we're gonna sell the damn thing.
Right. But we're going to find another one. So I think they're really going to be discouraged if we say there's $0 for you.
Let's put 25,000.
Okay. 25,000, go towards the drawings. At what time we decide what building's going to be, and when the drawings are, maybe we have extra money laying around to help us.
I'd like for
Specify that it has to be used.
Yes.
Going down.
They don't have anything else to spend it on. We don't have a building, we don't have bills, we don't have anything. They specify what they were going to use it on, we just say this is what it's for, so it's there when the time comes, so they don't feel like they got slighted, right? So if we do that, that already knocks off 100 and
So Main Street, Martinburg asked for 40,000. What's your flavor for front man?
from last year.
It's on this sheet. Half. It's on this sheet. Martinburg.
What we give them like. Up here at the top, isn't it? Yeah.
It'll tell you what their way.
Oh, no, that says 85,000. No.
Yeah, it is, because that's what,
Oh,
last
that
year
was
we
that.
gave them that extra money.
You did, you gave them the one time.
You'd have to go back another year.
Like $5,000.
Go back another year.
I think it's about 5,000.
They asked for 40, though.
Yep.
Potentially 20. There's some other places down here we can save some money. Might be able to get hold of it.
But my take is,
Well, we put
if we're
25
gonna cut agencies we shouldn't be cutting, I'd rather cut the ones we should be cutting. I don't care if their allocations don't. But I mean, I'm ready to sit here and motion to cut Parks and Rec for it.
That's what I'm saying.
That's painful.
So let's go with Main Street and HD. Do you want to fund them at 25? It will adjust your number by itself.
Yeah.
Okay. Any? Oh, I didn't hide. Hold on. Jim's getting funded, doesn't even know it. All right, so that's your, what do you want to fund Main Street? 20. The airport. A little, I don't want to say skeptical, I know that there's a lot of expense out there. Coming up.
Is this true, Jim, that you gonna give 5,000?
Yeah, that was just.
5,000 per member?
The Independence Day thing, isn't that being funded by the other money?
Well, yes and no. Quality of life we give them.
30 left of that.
Yeah, he had 30 left over, and he told me yesterday, before yesterday, I was out there. Right now with the band, largest, 38 special, nobody else.
$30 in a hole from 300?
Oh. So, I mean,
50.
I think last, what did we do last year? I put it in contingency, didn't I? Funded them X, rest of it in contingency. So airport is 250 from last year.
I'd say keep it the same.
Keep it the same. Okay.
I know they've got some things turning, but oh, 150.
I don't know how much we had to cut. I'll say the 250 minus 30 that you had left over.
Oh, it's Eddie's. Next one. Yes. $5,000. What do they do? Conservation district. Everyone shows you.
Yeah, they requested 10, so I talked to Fred, and if they get 5 again, they'll be happy.
Do a bunch with agriculture. They have them, yeah.
They
have
actually,
equipment.
Jefferson County has not been participating, but
They have equipment that
That's right, okay.
money we give them, they use off that youth education.
Children's Home Society.
I've got 5. That was 5. Yeah.
Next one, the alternatives to violence. That was 5 right.
Was it bad?
There's been a lot of,
We like to, I guess, so. Herman Sand.
Health Department.
figure out what.
Can they not build that building without that 100?
Got 700, we took 750 from them that we've been working on with. Haven't invested any of your money in it. Not yet.
They certainly do have a lot of fees and things these days. Re-inspection fees for nothing. Charge me $750 for a re-inspection fee for the year. Because they came in and said I didn't have a net for the flies on the back of my thing, but there's a tent beside me that has no walls and things. I mean, the way they nickel and dime fees, I'm not all about giving them money.
Got 2 zeros. Let's don't make this.
Tell them how you really feel, Steve.
Oh, we're not.
I'm keeping them the same. That's what Mr. Palmer.
Much is that?
I mean, if I give them 100, about a 46. There's a lot of people left. How do we get down to 46? I thought we were only 125 short of having everybody covered. And what math did I do wrong? You said if you changed that line item, it gave us a total of 51,04449. Over here, total of all requests was 51.
52,198, 52,198,62.
With the hotel.
Well, the hotel's in here. It's in here.
That's a grand total.
Yeah. Put 100 in. But the million hotel's in there. Plugging in both CDD.
All right. Townhouse needs insurance. After that, it won't be but 10,000.
So what historically, just so you know, when the commission begins to get divided, we'll do a consensus column. They'll get the average of the 5. So don't.
I guess I'm sure they won't get 100.
No, it's an average.
It's an average.
So if you put zero, you're going to drag.
They're going to be at 74.
Already pick on me.
Could put it at 80,000.
I just had to pay them a check for nothing.
That's
Absolutely nothing.
That drops it down 20. 20. But I call. Yeah. There's some other places we. Cycling. Shut them down. What was it last year?
We don't have enough to fully fund it.
So now's the time to talk about coal settlements. About $300,000. Well, here's the deal. Probably wait. Like 75 is in. Push that we push through. Would be the because of this new building, I think. They get in an agreement with the whole 7.
Huh? 12 grand each.
Yep.
Not much for that building.
Huh?
Not that much for that building.
No, but that takes that debt load off us. Comfortable, Ben?
I am. Can you see
He
me?
leaned back in her lazy boy. We're all out there. It's hard thing.
I got my
Can we
feet up
skip
in his
that
chair.
line item?
Going
Go
down.
to- Yeah. Skip that for now.
I like these chairs.
Litter, that's solid waste litter. Was it last year?
Making my predictions up here. I'm making my up here.
Also flavor on solid waste is litter control. There's 2 litter controls there. Yeah, the 1 litter control is yours. That's Mike Lang. That's for minor supplies. That's reflective vests. That's the 2,000. Yes, that's mandatory. Yeah, I mean, it's not mandatory, but it's your internal effort. You know, they need new cones for the roadside pickup, sticks, stuff like that. Back to that solid waste litter control. Go down to Parks and Rec and get that resolved. That's where we can make up some money. I'm Stretch capital for sure, I agree. And then I was gonna suggest this, take 90 off the allocation down. What's your total number? How much is it? Stretch capital, right? But you're at negative 92. So operating rate. That's where I'm at too. You're at 0? They're getting a half a million. They're making more money on that hotel motel than ever. They're strong. You don't have to tell me, brother. Oh. Go forward. And that way we could channel, we could easily channel. That's it. Right. Rather leave them have the hotel tax. That, because if you open that box and give a piece to somebody else, they're going to affect it every year. That's been the lifeline of that.
That's why I said leave them have, but take the other 2 away. That brings us down to the rock school.
They got a matching job. Really?
They go back and change. What? Rock school. But why? Always been.
At risk.
Arts program and music program for at-risk youth.
How can we cut other people? Take me back to 0. I'm sorry, I'm going to have it. So why don't you do this? Why don't you skip those altogether?
I'll just say, if we don't give them anything this year, they won't exist.
So
to be honest with you.
as opposed to running yourself negative, why don't we get down through these next couple where my guess is you know you're going to give them something. Let's give what you know you're going to give, whatever it is you're going to give them. There's 10 years I never saw you give me a Apollo. Let's get them. So let's go to the Boys and Girls Club. Guys willing to put 2 states on dam? What about Roundhouse? So we know that's their insurance. You want
to fund the roundhouse, their full insurance? That probably aren't going to give the apple harvest anything.
Now, I will say, hopefully by next year, you might not, we can get that building finished. We get this money from Mansion, Roundhouse, then you have an operation down there with the money coming in. So this may be the last year you have to give them. Well, that's what we requested of the city. And we're not paying this next, I mean, we're going with the home show money.
So what would you like to give the boys and girls? Want to,
We
want to
give
give
them
roundhouse
last
first?
year. What we give them last year?
I know.
There have been years you didn't want to give boys and girls club anything. Recently,
I thought it was 25 last year.
$38,000.
No, it was 10,000 last. Already got 60.
Now,
That cold stuff.
why don't you go ahead and put in your, the bare bones what you want, see what your negative numbers are, and then we can also compare them.
I'm getting Roundhouse for
36.
So we're asking for it. Really? That's passed. I mean, like I said, we got this Joe Manchin money earmarked, but it's supposed to be for the project. I mean, like I said, next year, probably be able to pay ourselves this year.
I'll go, we gotta pay the roundhouse.
36. Working cabin, isn't that an expense?
What do you say?
Yeah, what didn't I fund for? Let me go fix it, poor guy.
What'd you say?
What I skip?
Barnhart's got the money, let's just take this. Monopoly money, isn't it?
What I skip to give him 100,000.
The health department, you gave him the health department 100,000. You gave the health department 100,000 for him.
He's got an extra 100.
Yeah, the airport. You didn't give anything to the airport.
There, that's, oh, there it is. There.
I changed mine to 200.
On
What
what
age
Same
airport?
line.
Airport,
Yeah.
from 220 to 200. Okay, 200.
There's more than cabin right there. Or, don't have a choice there. But we did. It was the new one you did. Yeah. Oh, the Morgan cabin. You were talking historic preservation. That's the one I think we're gonna have choice.
For landmarks,
That's what I mean.
When you take care of Morgan Cabin, you know.
You the landmark check?
You haven't touched the transit authority?
No.
You haven't done anything, testing the transit authority. And the senior center.
Might be on cold stuff.
It's a no fun, Gary.
Library, we're just gonna have to tell them they're gonna have to take out extra money. Not feel bad about it.
About this. Okay, start. That agency.
Now cut the courthouse account, cut your IT. Didn't on their additional request. Hold on, I'll cut yours. You will survive. 9, 8, 20. We don't budget it, Steve. I can tell you there's about 300,000 in there.
We might get that
But
again.
it was doing better, I thought, than that.
So that's IT, county commission. I'm telling you.
How you gonna cut county commission?
Because I asked, I wanted some extra travel, I wanted some extra stuff to do, but yeah, you're gonna survive. Get you right here. I told you I padded this, but that pad here. No pad. None. That's it, guys. Any tighter than that. So, flat fund county commission, flat funded IT, right on the money funded debt service. Flat funded.
You have to change that on the next line.
Yeah. I changed it. No, I didn't change revenues, HD. I only changed. I didn't increase revenue, so I modified the expenses right now.
I know, but we're right there, where it says 4.8 and it's 7 the rest of the way across it.
That's because this is the ask. This
Oh,
is the fund.
okay.
I see it. Yeah. Is that where you want your Steve 150?
What?
No, you wanted your airport at 200?
I thought they added it to.
Oh, but Eddie, I have Mr. Barr at 150.
Yeah, 100, 100.
Okay.
Eddie's at 150, everyone else is at 200.
They had an idea. 150%. 50%.
One's left? Yeah. What was he asked for?
Have to do this.
You want to fund solid waste at half?
I'm really hoping we can have that at zero.
Let's skip it.
Let's skip it for now.
We're not funding, nobody wants to fund Parks and Rec? Okay.
They got the 500,000.
So last year
Total
on
rock
solid
hole.
waste, we put that money in contingency. Budgeted in the zero.
So Morgan Cabin, what, half of that?
No. Oh, yeah, half of that.
Half, surely not the 20. Landmarks, half of it?
Landmarks, we need to
Pay
pay
all
all
that
that.
funded?
The insurance, that's full.
That's the insurance.
73.
Meals on Wheels, I'll tell you right now, Barnard's gonna fund that at 5,000.
That's 2,500.
Before you do any more, why don't you get in here and do these two? Why don't you do senior center and transit authority?
Half on both of them. And the senior, we only gave him 37 something.
Right.
So. Got money in CD.
Money in CD?
25.
25?
25?
Yeah.
You got money to invest, you don't need that money.
But here's the other thing. We own that building over there, and we take care of that whole building.
And
that's all.
Everything repaired.
Yeah, right.
Process of fortune. They're getting a lot out of us other than that. I don't feel bad about that at all.
So you get closer. Rock School, I don't know that you ever got on the same page. Yeah.
Match.
Oh, that's wrong.
And then I'm hooking them up with the state arts to try to get them some other money. That guy's put his life investment in that. They never asked before. Have a match.
I would
So
speak
that's
your
the
heart,
money.
put your number down, I'm gonna print these out, do what you want, and we'll come back to this. You're not gonna get on the same.
Still haven't used it.
And with Apollo, I would say we set coal severance in tendency. They find the other half. They will use coal severance for half the money, they can raise the other half of the money.
Coming back, I need to. When you're gonna come back in, I gotta post an agenda.
It's 170.
Already back here on Tuesday.
They said it was
Oh,
like,
that's
yeah,
right.
they asked 180, but the total was like
I
170.
didn't post for a workshop,
For
but.
assistant.
Right there.
So we just tell them, you get the bill on the system.
I
we pay
posted
half, you
it,
find the
posted
other
meeting
half.
with elected officials.
And if they don't find the other half, we don't pay them. They got coal severance.
Tuesday, meeting with elected
Marquis,
officials.
last year and all that, that's a lot of money.
We can put that in contingency.
Doesn't make us look terrible.
I have seen, I will offer this statement, body in this, they said new requests, no new requests.
If I'm the only one to get the school rocking again. It's better than nothing. You know? Like I said, they've never asked, they're on their last leg, I don't want to see a program go.
I don't either.
You know, there's a lot of kids that do sports and go to the Boys and Girls Club and stuff like that. There's some kids on my end of this. And this is an alternative program. You know? These are high-risk kids. They're working with the high-risk kids from the Day Report Center. That's my reason behind it. That's it.
Are they? Is that where they're coming from?
Yes,
Referrals
sir.
from there?
That's that guy that came and spoke with him. He works at the Day Report Center. Another guy that got up and talked to him. That's where he works.
Oh, yeah.
That's my reason behind it, and only because I know
He didn't even entertain
because
it.
the guy came to me about it, right? And he came to me and said, "Hey, Steve, if we don't get something, I'm closing. He's like, I can't keep risking my family. Livelihood, charity, this nonprofit on my own." I got soft heart on some things, you know. I mean, that's.
I know it's just so. While it's hard right now.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Especially like other people.
But there's some of these other agencies has money coming from 5 other agencies. Like I said, I am trying to get him money through State Arts through Randall. Randall does a lot with that VH1 stuff and different things, programs like that. There's no guarantee there either. That's why I would say I'm not trying to give him 50. I'm trying to give him something. Got somebody matched already what he gets.
Well, the airport.
So, anybody else at 0 now for the School to Rock till we move forward? Apollo?
Censorship budget, anything other than what they, and I think that. But I think contingency, if they get the other half of our sound.
You could match that on quality of life.
Only if they get the other half.
You don't have to worry about it here, just offer that, if there's a consensus, you agree with that, forget it in here, and we'll match it with your quality of life money. Boys and Girls Club, Mr. Whitaker's at 2,500.
AG 14.
Yeah,
a lot of people got
they all
special
got
money
that,
last
Steve.
year. You have to go back the year before.
Have that on them.
Gave him 10,000 last.
Apple Harvest.
Spread around.
Deals on, let's see, CCAP.
Bible thing.
Where are they asking where they at?
5.
He'll get this good up there. Hospice? You
They're
haven't
asking
given
for
them, you haven't given them anything. Other than, yeah. No. I have. No, I understand. Still have. You fund them last year? The aspirin. I'll still do it. I'll do that. Martinsburg Initiative, funded them before. So the cost them first and fund it. Go ahead and start it off at Martinsburg. Just set that during work. That's the one that takes up for people who did the opioid. Don't get opioid money. We're already basically fund that. Awesome. Dynamic. I'm going to leave him zero. I should really take this all out each week. Got leftover money. Yeah, we put 100. Listen, I can print them out and give them to you, and you can digest them. Button it up, how that. May have to make adjustments after we. Probably not. But you won't, because you're fully funded now. You're holding out on the sheriff's fine, which he and he's going to get. Kelly, I would strongly suggest if you want to do it, I gladly will send her out there. Like when right now. But and Kelly, gas should be. That's not till January, halfway through. They still survive when they have people call out sick. Plus, that's what I'm saying. They're going to get help by not having people call out all the time. You want to, so solid waste, we're going to leave at zero. I'd say, my take on that is that we're hoping that you're going to help us with that. And if you don't, then we talk about it. Any possibility, you know. Obviously can't put 175 back. We'll need you back on the bench. I'll shut the display off. Motion in that. Get the advance through the first.
What's that, sir? Weird kid that works at the boot barn.
Remember, once Penny unmutes, because you're streaming, they can see you.
ADHD, let me tell you something. I graduated with him, went to school. He's just a strange kid. Negative publicity better than that.
No, that was.
Oh, okay. Okay, we're back in session after a break and doing my budget workshop. Before we recess, Mr. Boyd, do you have a motion to make?
Yes, sir. I would like to make a motion to reverse the effects of the state's mandatory rollback tax, leaving our levy rate at 13.39% for this upcoming year, and proceed with the public hearing in that effect.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. Motion carries, and we will set a public hearing date, or do we have one?
No, we don't, but we will. And you'll get it done.
All righty. Any further business to be brought before this wonderful group of men and ladies?
Long day.
All righty. If not, take a motion to recess.
I'll make a motion to recess.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
And we are in recess.